Good morning, and welcome to the Center for Indian Country Development's 2024 Data Summit, our fourth annual. My name is Neil Kashkari. I am president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. This year's theme for our annual Data Summit is Data in Action. I'm looking forward to learning more about how data are being leveraged to shape the long-term prosperity of Indian country. CICD is a research and policy institute headquartered at the Minneapolis Fed, which advances our bank's mission to serve the public and pursue an economy that works for all of us. CICD plays an essential role in advancing our collective understanding of economic conditions and opportunities in Indian country. It aims to be a go-to resource and connector for data needs related to tribal economies. The CICD team continues to deliver on its commitments. An example last year, CICD released 2 new data tools available on our website that provide statistical profiles of Native communities across the United States and map the inflow of economic activity into select reservations over time. Data gaps have long existed in Indian country, and we are determined to uncover reasons for gaps and identify solutions to bridge them. To do this, CICD recently launched the Survey of Native Nations. This survey collects tribal government financials that are comparative to the public data that exists for cities, counties, and states. This enables CICD to leverage aggregate, anonymized public finance data to better understand how Native nations generate revenues, provide public goods, and contribute to local and regional economies. The Survey of Native Nations and CICD's work more broadly is anchored in engagement with tribal leaders, institutions, and policymakers. Every year, I have the privilege of sitting down with tribal leaders as I travel around our district. We are grateful for their insights. They ensure that our research has real impact. I would also like to thank the CICD Leadership Council for their continued guidance. Your counsel on our most critical initiatives gives us confidence that we are adding value where it is needed most. As for today's Data Summit, I am eager to learn how our stakeholders are putting data into action. Our panelists are here to show how they are bridging the data gaps and building up Indigenous excellence and economic prosperity. Thanks to each of you for taking time to be with us here today and to share your expertise. Now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Aline Churumoff. Aline is the Senior Vice President for Community Development and the Center for Indian Country Development here at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Aline leads our engagement with communities throughout the 9th Federal Reserve District and is dedicated to promoting economic opportunity to low and moderate income people and those living in Indian country. Welcome, Aline, and thank you again to everyone for joining us here today for this important and exciting event.
Well, thank you, Neil, for your support for Indian Country and CICD. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CICD's 4th Annual Data Summit. We're here to celebrate and showcase what data in action looks like. We know that in Indian country, it is vital that Native stories are told by Natives, and today we'll hear Natives telling their own stories through and amplified by data. This year's theme is data in action, and there's a reason for that. It's easy to think of data as just numbers on a spreadsheet, but data are so much more than that. Data are what allow us to see what's working and what isn't working in the world. Data empower us to make informed decisions and find real solutions to build up economic power on tribal lands. Data help us tell stories and elevate Indian country's significant contributions. Using data, we're working with Indigenous leaders to spotlight their economic assets and challenges. Across Indian country, innovative and motivated stakeholders are working together to find new solutions that will lead to an economy that truly works for all of us. And we'll hear many of examples of that today. But before we dive in, we want to ground our conversations with an honoring song and invocation. We're delighted and honored to have Rayette Peltier and Nelda Goodman with us. Rayette is an enrolled member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa and descendant of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe and the Prairie Island Mdewakanton Dakota. Nelda is an enrolled member of the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin and is an honored elder within the Minneapolis Native community. Welcome, Rayette and Nelda.
Minok Good morning. Miigwech Wawanen for having us back again this year. It's an honor to be back here to celebrate with your summit that you're having. And I just want to say a little blessing before we get started for the day. It's always good to use our sema and Ojibwe tobacco. Back home, I'm Menominee, and the prayer I'm going to say is in my language, Menominee, and we say Nitnemau is how we say our tobacco, and it's always a blessing when someone gives us that tobacco to do this honor. So with that, I want to just say miigwech to those Adis Hukanuks, the ones that watch over us at night, them spirits that take care of us while we're sleeping and giving us that blessing and honoring us with those 4 sacred cardinal points of the universe for making it possible that we made our destination in a safe way. And we also ask them to help us get back to our homes where we find it the way we left it. I always think about our domesticated animals that we take care of. Bless them and take care of them while we're gone. So with that, I want to just say miigwech to those cardinal points. Waban to the east, Jawano to the south, Ningabianung to the west, Giwaden to the north. And also we pray to Mother Earth, Aki, the one that we is standing upon, sit upon, sleep upon, and we receive our nourishment from, because Mother Earth is the one where our plants grow. This time is the harvest moon. We're celebrating our harvest and giving thanks for all that we were possible to grow, depending on how the weather was with us in our area. Some places wasn't so fortunate, so my prayers are for them. And also for the Ishpeming, those heavens, the heavens around us. Ask that the Creator, the one that created all of us in His image. I'm just going to speak a little in my language. I'll introduce myself in my own language with my Indian name, where I come from, and also the clan that I represent on my father's side. Aho. Ashideki Shgukwa Kakikitim. Badonchba O Matnamewak Dodam Owasa. And with that is I just shared with you my Indian name, where I come from, which is Menominee. It's also known as where the wild rice people are. Missionaries who discovered our people named us wild oats people, but actually it was wild rice that was growing along the river banks in some spots. And so, and I'm Bear Clan. I follow my father's clan, and we are patrilineal. Aho. Kamas Mahas Nwak Mishik Mama Kotnano. Nikita me no kikikitim. Ne namia hated sapatch ne dawian. Sapatch kinapamea. Sapatch ne namia. When in Katan mani kako in it skis me nikea. Sapatch pematasia. Mishik miskohen. And I was honor my relatives and say Netanhui Makanak, which is all my relatives. And I also pay respects to those ancient ones. Back home we call them Matchawatucks, the ancient ones that were here hundreds, thousands of years ago. And so with that, I want to say miigwech for having us here again. And hopefully you'll have a nice summit.
Well, thank you, Rayet and Nelda, for sharing your time, thoughtful words, and beautiful song with us. I also want to sincerely thank all of our guests for taking time out of your schedules to lead these important discussions and share the transformative ideas you are putting into action throughout Indian country. I'd also like to take a moment to thank our CICD team for their dedication to our work. The data, research, and events that we share reflect not just our staff's research and policy expertise, but their deep relationships and ongoing conversations with stakeholders across Indian country. A special thanks to our public affairs team for their excellence in helping us share all of the products in our work, including today's event. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce the Director of the Center for Indian Country Development, Casey Lozar. Since stepping into this role in 2020, Casey has helped us expand CICD's research footprint, supported the release of several new data tools, and consistent with our data and action theme today, Casey has made it a priority to share our research with policymakers from tribal to federal levels. With that, Casey.
Well, thank you, Elaine Lamlamps. Chas gwahalt llumnetiti with squas chinas sailors and school say and kulam chump konechu. Good morning, good day. My name is Casey Lozar, and I'm an enrolled member of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes of the Flathead Reservation here in Western Montana. And it's my honor and privilege to be the director of the Center for Indian Country Development. And I think first and foremost, I want to thank you all for sharing your time with us today and contributing to the ongoing dialogue of how Indian Country is putting data into action. A lot of exciting work has taken place on economic data needs in Indian Country since our conversations this time last year, and we'll hear some examples of those innovations throughout the day. At the Center for Indian Country Development, this was a milestone year for us with regard to our broader data initiative, with our scaling of our biggest initiative, the Survey of Native Nations. This initiative grew out of conversations with leaders across Indian Country who shared that tribal governments lack the types of economic planning data that are available to other forms of government, data that can help them benchmark their revenues and expenditures and then identify areas of opportunity. And here at the center, we are in a position to help fill this data gap with our ongoing relationships and trust building in Indian Country and our access to the Federal Reserve's secure data infrastructure. So our ability to protect sensitive Indian Country data. But even so, it was important that we proceeded with caution and intentionality and figured out with our tribal partners how to do this work the right way. We all know the history of data misuse in Indian Country, and we also know that we're doing something that has never been done before, and that is equipping tribes with access to comparative public finance data in a way that truly honors tribal data sovereignty. We first worked with the tribes in Montana on an initial pilot of the survey, and then expanded the survey to a broader group of tribes with the help of the United South and Eastern tribes and the affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians. And I just want to pause and I want to thank USET and I want to thank AT&I for your vital partnership. I also want to thank the tribes in Montana that participated in the pilot and provided us rich feedback to make sure that we were creating a survey that was truly meaningful to participating tribes. This has been a significant trust exercise on the part of our tribal participants. And last summer and this fall, our team traveled across the country to meet face-to-face with many tribes. In fact, we visited with leaders from nearly 50 different tribes across 10 different states to learn more about their hopes for the survey and how we could make it the most useful to them. And while it's important that we take these sort of early stages slowly, in the coming years, the survey will continue to grow as a resource for more and more tribes. This is a major step in our collective ability to serve Indian Country's future economic prosperity. And I'm excited today to hear about more of those amazing Indigenous-led innovations that are creating new economic opportunities for our relatives all throughout Indian Country. Just a little bit of housekeeping for today's summit. If you have any questions for our guest speakers today, we encourage you to share those questions in the Q&A box, and we'll work hard to incorporate them into the live discussion. So at this time, I'm thrilled to invite Dr. Stephanie Russo-Carroll to join me in a fireside chat about Indigenous perspectives on data in action. Dr. Carroll's work explores the links between Indigenous governance and data, the government, and community wellness. Her many accolades include serving as an associate research professor at the University of Arizona and the director of the Collaboratory for Indigenous Data Governance, Dr. Carroll is the co-founder of the U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network and the International Indigenous Sovereignty Group. She also serves as the founding member and the current chair of the Global Indigenous Data Alliance, and we're also grateful to have her service on CICD's Leadership Council. So Stephanie, thank you for joining us today to help kick off our 4th annual CICD Data Summit.
Chinan Casey, Sidak Atnakistan, Sidak Stephanie Carroll, Tishu Stas, Landak Nalchina. I'm very excited to be joining you here from Otham Homelands and the Yoeme lands in Tucson, now known as Tucson, Arizona, and grateful for this conversation.
Well, thank you, Dr. Carroll. We've got several hours of discussion today, listening and learning from the new data innovations and advancements that are happening all throughout Indian country. And I know that a core part of some of the innovations that we've seen in the past couple decades has been really rooted in Indigenous data sovereignty. And I know you've been working in this space and are a leader in this space, and you've been working in this space for a very long time. And so maybe to kind of kick things off and to maybe create some context for the rest of the summit, I was hoping that you could, in your own terms, define Indigenous data sovereignty and maybe personally share a little bit of how you got involved in this work.
Sure. So at its most basic level, Indigenous data sovereignty is about the right to govern the collection, application, storage, and use of data about us as individuals, our knowledges, and so forth. And fundamentally, it is about that inherent sovereignty that Indigenous peoples have. So only Indigenous peoples and nations can exercise Indigenous data sovereignty. And it is rooted firmly within the responsibilities and the expressions of the ways and the traditions and our roles and our knowledges that we have within our communities for how we care and use language, knowledge, information, and so on. And it really uplifts the fact that we've had these protocols in our communities since time immemorial. We do, within the Indigenous data sovereignty movement, leverage things like the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and federal recognition, but only as tools. And I think some of the things that are important to point out here is that we use the terminology Indigenous data sovereignty or tribal data sovereignty to differentiate from mainstream data sovereignty, which is really about just digital information or only within the jurisdictional geographic boundaries that usually the federal government defines for federally recognized tribes, to expand that to have persistent relationships with our data wherever it may be. And then, I became active in Indigenous data sovereignty from my work, from my dissertation. And during the collaborations I had with 6 tribes, we were trying to look at what investments tribes were making in programming in their communities to increase health and wellness. And then we wanted to look at outcomes data like vital statistics like birth and death or something like breastfeeding rates. And we were unable to do that across 6 tribes. We were easily able to access the data about programs, could not get any comparable health outcomes data just across 6 tribes. And so I became aware of a few issues. One is that the ability to be in good relation to each other and for our communities, as you explained, in terms of the uses of data was really restricted because of things like access to data, like those vital statistics data. Also by internal data governance policies and practices, a lack of those, which is a lack of them everywhere, right? And then this real situation where we are externally relying on others for data about us, and those others, like the federal government, were controlling that data. And so that was kind of frustrating. But at the same time, also what I was seeing is that tribes had strengths, such as mechanisms and these roles and knowledges about how we care for our information. And that when communities were in the driver's seat, that they had, and they had the data that reflected their interests, such as how they were investing in those creating healthy communities through their programs. They were able to really realize vibrant, healthy communities.
Excellent, Stephanie. I like the expression of tribes being in the driver's seat. And I think what we're going to hear all throughout the day today and all throughout the summit is ways in which tribes have put themselves in the driver's seat to really own, govern, and find greater utility, not only in our sort of traditional, the traditional elements of data, but braiding that with sort of what you shared, sort of the digital information that is also vital to how we think about decision making, how we think about caring for our relatives. And one thing that we hope to elevate throughout the day is providing real life examples of data in action. And so I'm in your time sort of leading in this space, I was hoping that you can maybe kick off some of the examples by sharing a little bit about what does Indigenous control of Indigenous data really look like, and maybe provide some key examples from your tenure in this space.
Sure. I want to underscore that we're looking for Indigenous control of Indigenous data, but we realize we're in this landscape of trying to take care of all this information that's been collected before and really creating new systems for new data that's coming up. And so I'm going to highlight 3 examples, some new, some old. So the first one is I wanted to talk about the Osage Nation census. And so they passed a law stating that the nation would conduct a census every 5 years. They completed their first census and in 2023, and they can use their own data for decisions. And then via a historic relationship with the US Census, they can compare the data to the US Census. Most importantly, I think they can use the information to preserve Osage culture and language and sovereignty. And so tribally run community data collection often increases community understanding and involvement in data and decision making, right? And it improves data quality and embeds data governance. And so it does this good job of really repairing relationships, not only between government to government, so between Osage and the US Census, but between Osage and Osage, the people, which is a fundamental element. I think the other one that I want to highlight too is around access and control to data within external data systems. So the oldest wax cylinder recording in the Library of Congress holds a Passamaquoddy war song. And the tribe requested return of that wax cylinder, and the Library of Congress would not give it back. And so despite this setback, the tribe worked with the Library of Congress to update attribution, such as who sang the song, to include proper provenance, noting the song's origin, right? And then added protocols and permissions to the metadata that indicate appropriate usage of that song. So they said that could be used for educational purposes. In doing so, they created something called the local context labels and notices, which are digital tags that embed these elements of provenance, attribution, protocols, permissions in the metadata or the data about data. And then I think a more broader example that I want to give is that's one of actually the huge strengths we have here in the United States, not only for federally recognized tribes, but for tribal nation, for state recognized tribes, but also our Indigenous peoples in Hawaii and territories. There we have these things that are different processes for review of research. And so often these control how data can be collected, ensure community benefits, review outputs prior to publication, and expand jurisdiction beyond the federal government definitions of lands and peoples. And so having those persistent relationships with those that we relate to over time and within the research process.
Dr. Carroll, one of the things that sort of is a theme within each of those examples is, sort of Indian country and tribal stakeholders taking a proactive approach of really lifting up and exercising their data sovereignty, from creating their own census and data collection to going back and creating some governance models for the wax cylinder, for example, and the broader systems that you shared. It's taken a proactive approach, and I think we've seen a major movement in Indian country when it comes down to sort of owning, controlling, and leveraging data in ways that we maybe hadn't in the past, or really complementing the ways in which we've done this in the past. And the Center for Indian Country Development next year is going to be celebrating our 10th anniversary, which we're really excited about. And in just 10 years' time, we've seen a major evolution in Indian country of really leaning into data in new and unique ways. And one of the things that we've been sort of looking for those threads is like, what was the impetus for this rapidly expanding conversation in Indian country? And what are the implications of more and more folks getting involved in really thinking about and leveraging Indigenous data sovereignty?
Thanks, Casey. I think it's interesting because the Indigenous data sovereignty movement, as coined by the terminology, is also going to be hitting its 10-year mark next year. We'll have a global Indigenous data sovereignty conference in April in Canberra, Australia, to celebrate that and to look at exactly what you just asked the question about. How did this movement start, and what are peoples doing now? I think one of the significant pieces here is that the Indigenous data sovereignty movement was timely in relation to the greater explosion of data and technology. Most other governments and institutions didn't have data policies and practices in place. The FAIR principles, for instance, for making data interoperable and reusable were just coming into play in 2016. So we had that kind of mainstream environment going. And it wasn't until 2017 that the Economist was like, the new oil is data, right? And so there was this explosion and also commodification, which necessitated, when then coupled with the COVID pandemic, where we saw the revelation of more systemic and systematic violence via data, both domestically in the US and in other countries. Those experiences really have supported an resurgence in Indigenous people's interest in data and relating to those data, and in going beyond the ethics standpoint, right? So institutions don't just need to change their ethics, they need to change their relationships, which requires things like formal agreements, policies, infrastructure, and so forth. I think one of the ones that really shines out to me, which has actually been in place for much longer than the past decade, is in Aotearoa, New Zealand. The government signs with iwis, or the tribes there, mana orite agreements, which basically say that we come to the table, all of our parties come to the table as equals. This is one of the fundamental issues that Indigenous data sovereignty has really highlighted and revealed, are these power inequities, and how most of these discussions come under the gaze of the federal government. And so while this kind of relationship aspect of being equals at the table is pretty basic, it's been missing, and it's transformative. And so we've started to see that occur in some states. Agreements that are like those mana orite agreements have been signed in Minnesota. And so that movement afoot of no longer accepting that we have to present at the table under the gaze of the federal government is there. And then I want to also point out, it was interesting because early on in the Indigenous data sovereignty movement, particularly here in the US, there was skepticism. From leaders, from researchers, from scholars, skepticism that it was just a made-up concept, even though we've seen how we've interacted with data since time immemorial. Skepticism that it even mattered, skepticism that people and institutions would pay attention, but the movement in relation to those other elements of the explosion of data, COVID, really our resurgence of sovereignty, and I think also related to the resurgence of sovereignty is the resurgence of reclaiming our peoples, has been an impetus for it. And so the Indigenous data sovereignty movement really is about this notion that there's a role for everybody, for elders, for youth, for scholars. It's not a competitive space. We need everybody there. And it's a synergistic space to be a good relative in.
Yeah, and the point that you made about sort of the evolution over the past 10 years, going from going beyond the ethics side of Indigenous data sovereignty to really rolling up your sleeves and figuring out ways in which as a collective, we can really put some teeth to the importance in the consequence of truly lifting up Indigenous data sovereignty. That's been really an uplifting progression, I think, that we've seen in the space, in the research space and the community participatory research space, and really excited to see sort of what the next stage is, what the next chapter is as we do this work together. And I would imagine that we've observed a little bit too, that sort of some of the institutional changes and some of the new norming that is happening around Indigenous data sovereignty. So given this kind of growing focus on Indigenous data sovereignty, maybe you can share a little bit about some of the institutional changes that you're seeing happening both inside and outside of Indian country, and then maybe what are some of the other changes that you anticipate seeing? So kind of looking towards the future, or maybe wish to see in the next few years.
Sure. I think over the past 5 years, really globally, we've seen an explosion in the authority to control. So elements like codes, policies, and practices that require adherence to Indigenous data sovereignty and governance. For instance, there was a partnership agreement called the Australian Framework for Governance of Indigenous Data between Indigenous peoples and the Australian Public Service over the past year. That's going to require federal governments there to have a plan in place for by December. Whether or not that happens, another thing, but it is something that is there. So there's a lot of information like that out there that are both things that are required or guidelines or more. Over the past year, we've seen a massive explosion in the US. We've seen an increase in federal interest in Indigenous data sovereignty as a concept, as appropriate relationships, and as policy development and co-development of policy. For instance, NIH is working on an Indigenous data sovereignty policy now. There are many state agencies across the country who are doing similar things. We've also seen a growth in interest from philanthropy. For example, we had a lot of support for our 2024 U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty and Governance Summit. And then I think from that summit, we recently released a brief out of the U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network and outlined 5 key strategies kind of for the future. So one is around establishing core values for data futures that can be adapted and guide community-specific data governance principles and strategies. That is for tribes themselves, led by tribes, led by Indigenous peoples. And then the second is to establish an authority to activation framework. How do we leverage leadership from communities to activate elements both within communities and external to communities? To establish a U.S. Indigenous data governance strategy. And then to establish an Indigenous peoples data standard in the U.S. We see these standards in other countries. These data standards are set by Indigenous peoples with the federal government or others. Right now, the federal government has 10 to 20 different ways that they count us as individuals, and likely as many for how they measure our lands and that kind of stuff. So a data standard would define how others would count us. And then finally, to reaffirm established Indigenous data sovereignty and data governance approaches. One of the most important ones for us here in the US is taking an anti-colonial framework that removes the settler nation state gaze, like I talked about before, that only sees federally recognized and sometimes state recognized tribal nations as the only Indigenous peoples in what we now call the United States. The IDSOV movement takes an inclusive view, really, and Indigenous peoples in the U.S. are federally, state, or unrecognized tribes, peoples of Hawaii, Guam, Puerto Rico, Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands, and so really expanding to reduce the erasure.
Mhm. You know, one of the things that we've observed, particularly around this big initiative that we're doing, the Survey of Native Nations, as we've been out on the road, sitting down with tribal leaders and council chambers, is kind of an evolution or even a sort of institutional or governance shift around how individual tribes are thinking about their data futures and sort of organizing their administrative structures to either collect data that they've never collected before about the experiences of their citizens or experiences of their citizens, and really looking at ways to sort of take down some of the silos that exist to make sure that that data is going to have the highest utility within tribal government. So the ability to share critical data, either public data or private data, share that across the different tribal government departments in ways that we just haven't seen before. So, you know, arming and equipping the tribal practitioners and government staff with the data to help improve their programming, the delivery of public goods to their communities. I think almost in every single meeting that we've had over the course of the last 6 months for the survey, we hear, you know, where tribes are at and how they're both evolving now and what their plans are for the future. And so that is really refreshing and empowering to really see it's not just about understanding what Indigenous data sovereignty is, but really leveraging it as a tool to care for our relatives. So it certainly an exciting time, and appreciate you all putting on the summit back in April. It was an incredible event. Maybe just to kind of shift gears a little bit, I know you're leading the Collaboratory for Indigenous Data Governance, which is just a really interesting institution, and wanted to learn a little bit more. I'm sure our audience want to learn a little bit more about the Collaboratory, maybe what motivated you and others to start this initiative.
Sure. So the Collaboratory is really a research network that develops research policy and practice innovations for Indigenous data sovereignty. So we work to support the movement to develop new institutional frameworks, really that center the terms of Indigenous peoples and communities. We do this by trying to understand the barriers that communities or institutions have to upholding sovereignty in relation to the data, and to identify opportunities for change. So our goal really is to move beyond the mere recognition of rights and to data towards policy changes, law changes, and practice changes that protect and strengthen Indigenous people's relationships with their data, information, knowledge, languages, and that kind of stuff. So we have a few ongoing projects. One of them is, in addition to being 10 years of Indigenous data sovereignty, we're now at 5 years of the CARE principles for Indigenous data governance. So I'm going to say one kind of editorial note right on this is that the CARE principles were developed during a previous leadership regime here in the United States, which didn't really allow us, as we're growing the Indigenous data sovereignty movement, to do a lot of work with the federal government. So some of us became active internationally and helped develop the CARE principles. I think now, as you know, in the reflection on the past week, what we're talking about and the language we use for the CARE principles, you'll see it in a minute when I start talking, is CARE directs us home. And also the work that we're going to do in the US now as a movement is going to be at home. So we may not have as much opportunity federally for the next 4 years, but we, as you said, this is a moment for Indigenous communities, and we have that opportunity, and we can move forward with that. So the CARE principles are collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics, and they're basically a leading resource for guiding the development of policies and practices for the governance of Indigenous data globally. So since their publication since 2019, the principles have led to the development and implementation of policies at national and global institutions. And what we've been doing at the collaboratory is working on the care data maturity model. So it's in a draft stage, and it provides a set of indicators to guide care implementation. Thereby supporting really the continued development of policies and providing an assessment tool to evaluate care maturity of data ecosystems to make targeted improvements. And so the care principles really demand operationalizing locally designed models. So that's the care directs us home. And it is the priority of activating care is to ensure that implementation of the care principles adheres to the rights and peoples related to data. So those are the communities themselves. And to kind of assist in this work, one of our other projects is that some of our team are analyzing tribal research review processes, not from a process point of view, which is a lot of documentation of that, but from a sovereignty and governance perspective. So what have tribes been saying in these research review processes about data and governance and sovereignty for decades, for some of them, and how can that be bolstered and strengthened given the Indigenous data sovereignty movement, given changes in technology and changes in capacity and capability at tribes? Two other new initiatives we have are support for early career Indigenous scholars to grow them into Indigenous data sovereignty leaders. This is called the Indigenous Data Set Fellows Program. And this year, we'll be announcing our second cohort soon for 2025, 14 scholars from within the United States, and very excited to work with them. All of them really across disciplines, across communities, all of that. And then finally, we just launched the Indigenous Data Exchange, which is a network of networks. It basically supports the Global Indigenous Data Alliance, which you mentioned before in my introduction, linking and supporting existing Indigenous data sovereignty networks like the U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network and those in other nation states with Indigenous data governance research networks like the Collaboratory, in an ongoing effort to advance policy and practice, basically, and to create and share tools for the governance of Indigenous data.
So several things that you shared about the collaboratory and in some of your other responses was really rooted in sort of the global movement on Indigenous data sovereignty, particularly the creation of the care principles and implementation of the care principles. I wonder if, for our audience, if you can sort of frame up sort of how the tribes in our Indigenous communities in the United States really compare to the other Indigenous international peoples who are, advocating for and exercising data sovereignty. Where do we fit? Where are we at in the evolution of really leaning into and getting the most out of Indigenous data sovereignty?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. So we have an article coming out from our Global Indigenous Data Alliance crew probably in the next week or so that details this kind of 5 years of care and looks at how things have been different in different nation states. Particularly, we have a lot of information about Canada, Australia, New Zealand, but there has been movement, for instance, in like South America and Asia. And so one of the primary things about taking action for Indigenous data sovereignty, whether you're a community or you're an institution, is to assess what the opportunity really is, right? And so we saw, for instance, in Aotearoa, when the New Zealand government was very favorable to making changes for iwi control of data, they were able to make changes within the federal government. Now that that has shifted, they have, for instance, come together and released a statement. They have the strength because they have a very common single language, common cultures, and and they're almost 20% of the population, right, in their small country. But we have lots of learnings from them because of basically the fierceness and reckoning of being able to vocalize what's going on. On the flip side, like I said, we have a lot of strengths within our communities because we have infrastructures. Sometimes we're challenged because those infrastructures were created within the mold of that external gaze that I talked about. So they may not replicate how we actually govern in our communities, but we do have this long history. So one of the things that in addition to having codes, policies, and practices embedded, we also, compared to mainstream America, have a much better connection to the values and the protocols and the ways that we care for and share knowledge. And so, because we have those that are embedded in culture within our communities, we are like 10 feet ahead of everybody else in terms of being able to come up with governance protocols for our data. So it may seem scary that we don't know much about data. Nobody really does, but we do have this significant strength here.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I think, again, kind of going back to the part of the conversation where we were talking about sort of the evolution and both institutions and researchers, both in and outside of Indian country, sort of leaning into Indigenous data sovereignty. There certainly has been some sort of shifts in institutional frameworks, right, of how we think about and leverage Indigenous data sovereignty. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how, so what are some of those institutional frameworks and that can really be centered on the terms of Indigenous communities around research and data partnerships?
Sure. So I think there's some foundational elements that need to be in place. Institutions can make changes, but without addressing the underlying issues, those changes might fall apart in crisis or might not get embedded in law. So as part and parcel of making guidelines and policies and for instance, creating space in your infrastructure for metadata, we have seen, but we need more people and institutions to take responsibility as an institution to learn about sovereignty, to really take that on, right?
Yeah.
And to then reckon with your history as an institution, as an individual. Know the history of your institution, how it has engaged with Indigenous peoples, and what might have not been great, and where you can go from there. The other thing that I get asked a lot about this is like, where do you start in terms of relationships with Indigenous peoples? So everybody here in America is on Indigenous lands. So you should be developing relationships with the Indigenous peoples locally first for your institutions and your organizations, and that's part of that care directs us home. Always start at home piece, and then then it becomes pick a place to start. What is your opportunity within your department, your institution? Can you create a departmental policy for Indigenous data sovereignty? Can you create space in your repository for metadata that includes do you have permission to deposit these data from the Indigenous peoples who are related to this data? And then to create guidelines for people to enact those. I think one of the fundamental pieces that is really missing and that we'll see as more and more policies come out from the federal government too is that our institutions like universities or organizations or even foundations are not making up for the failures of our educational system to educate people about Indigenous peoples in this country. And so once these guidelines or policies for adhering to Indigenous data sovereignty are in place, most of the people who are engaging with them have no idea anything about Indigenous peoples. And so that education piece is really a necessary element.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Carroll, one of the things that is sort of embedded in what you're sharing is the commitment and the investment of time, both in relationships, right? Getting to understand what sovereignty is in an Indian country, building the individual relationships with Indigenous leaders and communities, being honest about our histories. I think those are all foundational in being able to establish and center sort of worldviews, consensus worldviews about how we think about it, putting data into action. But there is real I mean, there's real commitment investments, particularly from a tribal perspective, of building those systems and building those frameworks, which takes time. And, hopefully today throughout the summit, that there are some lessons learned and some best practices that will help others across Indian country really make those investments and feel like they have support and a path forward by listening to peers and colleagues outside of their tribal communities, which is really, really something that we really look forward to throughout the course of the day. Maybe the last thing, you talked a little bit about partnerships and roles of other institutions that are working with a good heart in this space. And we do a lot of data partnerships as well in Indian country as a center embedded within the Federal Reserve System. And I just wanted to maybe, if you could close out and share sort of the importance and the power of data partnerships in moving forward economic prosperity in Indian country.
Sure. I think there's three pieces. I think one, with the federal government, there's a real strong need for Indigenous peoples to federal government relationship around Indigenous data sovereignty. What we're seeing, like I said, is all of these departments becoming interested in it and having, 20, 30, 40 different people call up tribes and different departments. And so we need to have this very high level understanding and agreement about the basics of Indigenous data sovereignty and that relationship embedded there. And I think the other pieces are around it's really important to think through what your commitment is as an institution, right? And to show up in the place, knowing that you are working with a peoples and that you're not just working with a group. And the difference between a group and a political cultural collective, right, for Indigenous peoples. And then I think the final piece is akin to my field in public health, where we saw investments in other governments' systems development over time, where there wasn't that same investment in Indigenous communities. We've seen the same thing happen with data investments. And so we haven't seen data investments come to Indigenous communities on their own terms. So where the communities can define the needs, we still have these kind of like investments that want to come in and do certain things. So somebody might want to put in a robot, they might be able to want to see Indigenous children to gather data about those Indigenous children for their own use and say maybe there's some benefits for the community, but the community didn't want to do that, right? So how do we get these investments in communities on their own terms?
Yeah, I love that. That's a great way to kind of finish off the fireside chat, is really making sure that as we do this work, both inside Indian country and outside Indian country, that we're truly anchored to what is best for our relatives in Indian country, and that our relatives in Indian country are able to guide the what and the why and the how of working with and really leveraging data in Indian country. So Dr. Carroll, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, sharing your time, sharing some of the experiences you've had in really leading in the space of turning data into action. So Lamnam Spasia from the Center for Indian Country Development.
Janan, Casey.
And with that, I am excited to turn the summit over to my colleague, Andy Huff, who is our Senior Legal and Policy Advisor, to shape another discussion around how institutions are putting data into action. Andy?
Great. Thank you, Casey. And thanks for a great discussion, both to you, Casey, and to Dr. Carroll. That was a very interesting opening discussion, and I think it leads well into our discussion that we're going to have right now. Again, my name is Andy Huff. I'm Senior Policy and Legal Advisor to the Center for Indian Country Development, and it's going to be my pleasure to moderate our panel today on institutions and tribal data sovereignty. Data, as we all know, is vital for effective tribal governance, for economic development, and for understanding tribal communities. This panel is about how non-governmental institutions, including nonprofits, academic institutions, and intergovernmental organizations use but also protect tribal data. We're lucky today to have three panelists, each of whom has long experience working in the area of tribal economic development and also working with tribal data. And what I'll do is I'll just briefly introduce all three panelists, and then after that, we'll jump into our questions. So our first panelist is Crystal Cornelius. Crystal is the president and CEO of the Owista Corporation, a national native CDFI intermediary predominantly serving Native communities across the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. Crystal has worked with Native communities for most of her professional career, with more than 26 years of experience working in the Native economic development field. She is an enrolled member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin and a member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians located in North Dakota. Next, we have Eric Henson. Eric is a citizen of the Chickasaw Nation and has been a research fellow and affiliate of the Harvard Project on Indigenous Governance and Development since 1998. He is the inaugural director of the Itapila program for nation building education and outreach at Harvard University. In addition to teaching several courses at Harvard, Eric has continuously served as an evaluator for Honoring Nations, an awards program that identifies, evaluates, and honors best practices in tribal governance from across the United States. And last, we have Larry Wright Jr. Larry is an enrolled member of the Ponca Tribe of Nebraska and served as tribal chairman for his tribal nation for 11 years. Currently, Larry is the executive director of the National Congress of American Indians, which is the oldest and largest American Indian and Alaska Native organization serving the interests of tribal governments and Native communities. In this position, Larry is responsible for managing the organization's day-to-day operations and creating a strategic pathway to success for NCAI and for its public education arm, the NCAI Fund. So with that, I think we're going to just jump into today's discussion, and I'll ask the panelists kind of the same question. We've got several questions, and we'll hear from each panelist in turn. Today's first question is about a data-intensive project that all of you have been involved in, or your organizations have been involved in. So if we could maybe start with Crystal, tell us about a data-intensive project that you've been involved with or that your organization has worked on, and kind of what was the process for data collection? How was that data used? And how in that work did you kind of accommodate this idea of tribal data sovereignty?
Thank you for that. And it's a pleasure to be here today. So hello and good morning to you all. Bonjour. I'd like to talk about a project that we actually did, I'd say about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer. We realized as a national intermediary, especially within underwriting and especially within our own data collection, and knowing that there's a lack of data period for a lot of things that are of interest to us working in the economic development field, whether that be for fundraising, for our own assessment and strategy and planning. So what we really saw was there wasn't a standardization for the lending process throughout the CDFI industry, period, but specifically for Native CDFIs. So we developed a system called OTIS, and the acronym is Opportunity Through Impact System. And in looking at that, that is meant to be an all-inclusive data impact system for Native CDFIs to collect not only their lending data, capital need, but also demographics and data points on their respective clientele. So within this process, and it's very, very important as we get more into, the conversation of data, protection of data, and what that looks like, because we all know within tribal communities and a lot of research that has been done historically hasn't necessarily been to the benefit or showed the correct view, or it simply hasn't been shared and been extractive in nature. So while we were looking to build this system, a lot of interesting things came about. Obviously, we have to track the standard, how many loans, and what measures. But upon working with our CDFI industry, so there's one, how did we do it? You have to be inclusive. What is interesting, that inclusivity builds trust. First of all, being open and transparent is important above all else. So as we look at what are we tracking, our clientele our native CDFIs and the steering committee group and just data points we got holistically, they wanted other data. They wanted data that was important to them, that was culturally important to them. So what we found in that process, we're collecting all of the metrics, but they also wanted to see, one, are you able to give back to your community? How can we track that? So if you reach an economical sense, let's say, where you're not necessarily surviving, are you giving back? Are we seeing a transfer of generational knowledge from one generation to another? So are we creating programs that allows for this transfer of knowledge? Are we able to be more financially independent and not accessing as many federal programs? So some of these other data measures that we figured out how to create metrics for within this system of inclusivity has been really beneficial. We have had 27 native CDFIs within the system, built up that system based on what they need. The premise was you go out and do your good work, and when you input, right, obviously the institutionalizing that in your programs takes a little time, but it's a press of a button to where you don't have to be assessing and going over different reports. So it was more so as streamlined, but important as well. That data is always 100% available to them. We do not necessarily own it and we can talk about that as well, but I'll move on. Confidentiality contracts are also very important, I found.
Well, that's really interesting. So just to follow up on that, about how long did it take to actually develop Otis? And was that like a years-long project, or how did that?
It was about 2 years.
Okay, very
And we're now
interesting.
transferring on to a Salesforce, but it will, act as the same. It was based on an outcome tracker platform, and that ends up to be a little archaic at this juncture. But at the time, it was revolutionary and still being used, but we found better processes.
Interesting. And it's across now 27 native CDFIs, is that right?
Initially, when we had the onboarding of our CDFIs, yes, but as I indicated, we're transferring on to Salesforce with this, and our CDFIs also have been able to build up their own systems as well, to where we're getting our data through our quarterly borrower reports, but you'll see throughout our native communities and CDFIs, they've become very savvy and finding systems that work for them as well as we move into the technological future.
And just one last follow-up question, because this is very interesting. Are there procedures for confidentiality of data or data sharing amongst CDFIs, or how does that work with this particular Otis database?
We worked with legal counsel, so we had, basically a template of what is used within that realm. And went through the whole process and documents with our CDFIs. Also, upon onboarding new, have that part of the initial process upon entry. There wasn't anything specific to it that is, I would say, like indicative to our tribal nations. The most important thing was we're not going to be sharing this data without their knowledge with anyone else, and they own this data. So for us, we're using this data internally. We never share that data. And we are fine with that, and that was our intention anyway. So that may be some, obviously that hasn't been done in the past, but I think once again, you start with that inclusivity, trust, and what does this confidentiality mean? It's collectively for us, for you.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. So I think Eric will move to you. Tell us about a data intensive project that your organization or that you yourself have been involved in, and kind of what was the process for collecting that data in the kind of context of tribal data sovereignty.
Sure. The one that comes to mind is also a couple years back that I personally worked on. We noticed when the coronavirus relief funding started coming to the tribes, if you recall, there were two large tranches. There was one under the Trump administration, and then just about a year later, an even larger one under the new Biden administration. when that first set of money came out, it was about $8 billion, and that was quite a lot for a disbursement to Indian country in one fell swoop. And, that caught our attention for a number of reasons, including some of the requirements around the use of those funds. They need to be spent by the end of that calendar year, and there were all sorts of accounting requirements attached to it. So at the time, myself and some of my colleagues started looking at that going, well, that's interesting. And how are they dividing this money among the 574 federally recognized tribes? We started simultaneously getting calls from a number of tribal leaders, activist groups, lawyers who are native and work with collections of tribes, people like that, saying, what's going on here? There's this huge pile of money coming out, and we can't quite make heads or tails of how it's being allocated. And so we started responding to some of those calls individually, and it kind of motivated us to try to collect that data and look at it through the allocation process that Treasury had implemented. And we ended up publishing a number of policy briefs, I think we call them, over the next couple of years, about how the Treasury Department was looking at data from Indian country and deciding to allocate that money along various criteria, population counts, employment numbers, and things of that nature. As we began to publish those, we got more and more interest from different tribal groups and pan-tribal groups to do things like webinars and Zoom conversations with Indian country itself. People out there were saying, we just can't understand what is going on here. Can you help us think this through? And how those numbers played out differently impacted different tribes. And without getting too much into the weeds, there were things like selection of particular population counts that were driving very large changes in how some of those initial dollars were sent to tribes or not sent to tribes. And an interesting part of that speaks to me directly to the data sovereignty question is there was a tribe or two that I would call up and say, hey, here's what we're noticing about your information underlying this vast federal allocation of these dollars. And I had a couple of people say to me, that's okay. We're separate sovereign. We aren't interested in federal dollars. We are independent people, and we just don't care to participate in many federal programs, including relief funding like this. And so it was a real eye-opening moment for me, because it was tribes enacting this decision-making process, even when on the face of it, it looked like, well, there's this massive crisis brewing. And for the first time in my memory, the federal government has thought to actually consider Indian country as a separate entity and not shoehorn tribal nations into the population of the states in which they reside. That was the previous tactic for allocating money to tribal nations. We'll give money to Oklahoma, let's say, where my own tribe is from. And then the Chickasaw people, well, a lot of you live in Oklahoma, so you'll effectively be proxied by money going to Oklahoma. But as you know, the interactions between the states and the tribes are not always exactly smooth. And so that shoehorning of the tribal nations as subdivisions of the states in which they were located was just not working for tribes. So there were some interesting data questions around those coronavirus relief funding mechanisms. And there were also some real movements, I think, within the federal government, the Treasury Department in particular, which had not intersected with Indian country much on its own before, and starting to think about tribal nations and who they are and what they are and what their populations are, where those people are located, how you can more equitably address the needs of those individual Indians residing in Indian country, or even in the diaspora like me, an urban Indian living in the Boston area.
Do you think that throughout that process, I mean, initially there were some basic data missing, there was, confusion about enrollment numbers and just really things that you think the data should be there. I mean, the federal government should probably have that data. And it became apparent that there was a lot of confusion about that. Do you think that there's been a learning curve on that, and maybe data has improved? Do you think there's, as a result of that experience, federal government in particular is more open to using tribally produced data for allocation of resources, for example?
Yes, I do think so. I think, you know, we heard Dr. Carroll just talk about kind of things starting about a decade ago, and that first round of sort of the coronavirus dropping down upon all of us all was about half that time ago. And in my mind, there are these two eras already in these kind of 5-year windows. There's people like Dr. Carroll at the University of Arizona starting to think more systematically about these questions. And then there was this real life experiment where suddenly it was very relevant. And things like the Osage census that Dr. Carroll mentioned are really interesting because I think the coronavirus relief funding in those two batches with the inherent data problems that we all kind of struggled through there have reiterated to tribes themselves about the importance of census collection. Not every tribe wants to do it, has to do it, of course. That's a sovereign decision. And collecting a census and updating it frequently is a resource intensive process. But that whole experience made me start receiving a number of phone calls from tribal people about the importance of this and how it's an investment in your own prioritization. Knowing how to allocate your own enterprise revenues, your contracting dollars, your compacting dollars, relief funding of this type, all sorts of these different revenue flows. If you don't have all this fundamental information about who your people are, where they are, what the priorities are, what the needs are, you're kind of guessing. And I say to tribal leadership pretty frequently, actually, hey, if you tell me we don't really know how much our language revitalization program, how effective it is, we don't have a good metric for it, but we feel in our souls that it is so important, it doesn't have to, you know, pass any sort of cost benefit analysis. I say, I hear you on that. If you've got the resources and want to devote it to things like language revitalization, I think you should by all means do so. But how do you make the harder decisions? Well, where we've got a couple of different social services and we've got more need than we can meet on either of those fronts, and both are important. Maybe one is a smoking cessation program and one is a housing program. And we've got lines out the door of people who need greater service in both of these parts of life. But, you know, we don't know any way in which we evaluate where to put the resources, the limited resources. Because even tribes with substantial resources, mine included, there's just such a history of poverty and neglect. You know, the hole we're digging out of is so deep that there's always a stretch and there's always more need than there are funds available to address every need. So I respond to calls quite a lot from elected leadership talking about the importance of your own data collection and how the beauty of engaging in some version of your own collection allows you to prioritize what information is important in a way that lets you then address those resource allocation questions. And that just builds such a great base of governmental infrastructure, if you will, that's built upon your own data collection.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, having worked in this field and with tribes, both pre-COVID and post-COVID, and knowing that kind of the data sovereignty movement now is about 10 years old, have you seen kind of an acceleration in tribes' focus and capacity in the area of their own collecting and managing their own data with respect to their programs, their peoples, their lands? Has there been or has it been pretty steady throughout and just a steady increase in that activity?
I think overall the trend is definitely an increase. I think it's like a lot of things when you're getting going here. There's a little bit of start and stop in different places, devote different resources to the data question itself. And also just, you know, personnel and continuity. You might have someone in a decision-making role at a particular tribe for a while who cares greatly about this. And if that person retires or moves on or is not reelected, you know, you've got this sort of reprioritization within the government of a tribe itself. And so there's always this sort of start and stop process. The beauty is those tribes who invest in this kind of data collection and data use if they start to see how important it is, how insightful it is to their own governmental decision making, it builds some momentum to maintain that progress going forward.
All right, now moving on to Larry. Can you tell us about a data intensive project that you've been involved with or that NCAI has been involved with? And what was the process for collecting that data, for using it, for accommodating data sovereignty?
Yeah, just building off of our two previous speakers, I go back to my days when I was chairman at my tribe, and we went after our first Indian Country Development Block Grant. And my tribe was a terminated tribe, and we were reinstated in 1990, and this is in the late 2008 timeframe. And as we were rebuilding capacity across the tribe, and really, building our government back, we had an opportunity to buy a property to expand our services to our citizens, and we're looking at all avenues to look at that. And obviously, grant funding was very helpful for a tribe with no real economic driver for us. And as we looked at this grant and knew that we had to collect this data in order to submit for that, that was something relatively new on especially on that kind of scale. And through that whole process, and we had phenomenal people working for us that were taking that on. But what became really clear is how far behind we were just to try and collect that information that we really should have known already. But anybody that's gone after one of those grants knows how much that entails. And we came at it relatively late in the process, so we were trying to really put it together. And fortunately, we were successful in receiving funds from that grant, but we later learned that we lost several $100,000 that we could have gotten, but we just didn't have all the data that was needed for that. And so that really brought a new light to what we needed to do and look at our grant program and what data meant for us, especially the way our tribe was reinstated without a reservation, with service areas across 15 counties in 3 states, and trying to bring all of that together. And we had duplication of services because many of our sites, the closest sites are 60 miles apart, with some being 220 miles apart. But having to bring all of that, excuse me, I've got a cold today, so I apologize. But trying to bring all that information together really kind of put us on a new track to say how important that was for us, not just in this area, but in all of our areas. And as we continue to build out our programs, and as we look to allocate funding toward things like education that we provide to all of our citizens across the country, but even as we've grown and things as people that we don't like to talk about these things, but even funeral benefits, and knowing that there's a limited amount from BIA that doesn't cover all of that. But how do we create a budget that would look at that? And so, and for some, it was a morbid practice and saying, okay, well, how many people do we have die a year? And if we're going to allocate funds to offset those costs, how much do we actually need to do? And so, all of that is data in its primacy, but being able to budget and account for those kinds of things, and as you talked earlier about language and some of those issues, and even as we got to COVID and understanding the fight that we had, trying to quantify our tribal citizens who were dealing with those issues and falling under and with county governments and hospital systems, and trying to aggregate that data to show what we're able to bring to the table to help offset that need. And in our case, we were able to bring in vaccinations quicker than some of the county jurisdictions, and to a point where we had citizens flying back from Washington, D.C., driving in from Colorado to be able to access that. And so all of those things were data collection points for us, and understanding as we built out our government and nation building, data, and to go to the markets to even get conventional loans for some of our facilities. And as we got into opening our first casino, all of those were data collection points that were important. And but at the same time, we wanted to protect that information. So I think that longstanding belief of it being used against us and not with us or for us was there. And at the basis of all of that was tribal sovereignty. And we know that tribal sovereignty is a old and well-established legal term, and it's critically important to exercise our tribal sovereignty in modern mediums and applications. And when we talk about data sovereignty, we have to talk about tribal digital sovereignty and what those impacts are. And so, I talk about that from my tribal experience to now bringing that on to NCAI. And so all of these things that are being shared is, our tribal nations are charged with delivering services to our communities and citizens. We deliver healthcare, housing, law enforcement, public safety, education, job opportunities. We develop our communities, our economies, and our communications infrastructure. And all of these are needed in a modern society. And so as we continue to look at the expansion of data sovereignty and where that is, at NCI, we firmly believe that tribal digital sovereignty is a major aspect for that. And so when you look at some of these other grant aspects and even the COVID funding, all of that had to be uploaded. There was no paper services, and many of our communities still lack that basic opportunity and infrastructure, and weren't able to take full advantage of that. And so we continue to see that be exacerbated in Indian country.
As your tribe has kind of gotten more experience gathering data for the purpose of governance, has that become easier? Are you able to go straight to your tribal members to get information and data from them, or is that gathering process has it been consistently difficult as it can be?
Yeah, I think there's fits and starts to that. But what I've actually been encouraged about, especially when we talk about civic engagement as a whole, and we can talk about voting data, but census data and whether that's been accepted or not. But the fact that how do we get information from our people to best help our people? I think a great example of that was during COVID. And when we did that exercise and contact, if somebody was potentially exposed to COVID, we had people that were able to reach out to, in some cases, several dozen individuals that may have had contact, to either notify them and let them know or collect information. And so when we have a crisis like that shows the capability and the possibility, I think that's something that we can't lose sight of. And as we go to collect data that's needed for our tribal nations to continue to be successful, to protect all of these things that I just mentioned or advocate for those things, we've shown that Indian country is resilient enough and is capable of collecting that kind of information, especially if we do a good education aspect with that.
All right, I'm gonna move on to our next question. Crystal, I'm gonna direct this to you. I think you may have to leave a little bit early, is that right?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, good. All right. So the next question is, what does tribal data sovereignty mean to you? And what are the obligations of your organization in working with tribal data to accommodate tribal data sovereignty? And, this follows on the discussion this morning. A lot of times we think of tribal data sovereignty as kind of the sole concern of tribes themselves, and that makes sense. They're the holder of that right, and it's their information and data that we're talking about. But in this discussion, I'd like to kind of think about what are the obligations of non-tribal parties to protect and accommodate tribal data sovereignty.
I think just first and foremost, as a tribal citizen, and what does tribal data sovereignty mean? I think above all, it's consent. On behalf of the tribe, and consent on how our info is used, collected, and disseminated. I mean, those are the three major categories. Responsibilities of organizations in safeguarding tribal data. I'm going to answer your question and also bring us in another level too. Insofar, and as I indicated earlier in my comments, having and being entrusted with data and needing data just to run operations in certain measures, right? Data is essential, especially in this day and age. That's the trust confidentiality imperative, but something we also have to look at is safeguarding that in a cyber measure. We have OESTA does, our native CDFI clients do, social security numbers, bank account numbers. And if we have seen really an uptake the past several years of essentially hackers really trying to assess and steal our data in many measures. So just looking, I know this is somewhat outside of the context, but this is a very real concern for tribes and for nonprofit organizations. So in looking at how do we safeguard just data, period, it's very important, I think, for organizations to really look at what cybersecurity measures are there available to make sure to do so. I think with the obligations of non-native organizations in safeguarding this data, a lot comes to the impetus of what is it for? Is it telling a story? Is it helping policy? Is it helping capital, flow into communities? Is it to help a health issue, disparities? So I think, the first question in safeguarding really is what is the intent? If it's meant to be extractive or other measures, there's not much tribes can do about that if said entities want to bring it about. But I think the obligation of non-native organizations in working with our communities, one, just to some extent, understand the history of that, the respective tribal community, understand a history as well as how data has been used to really break our sovereignty. I'll give a quick, and we've got hundreds of these stories. So my tribe originally was 37 miles by 57 miles. We're in upper North Dakota, about 5 miles from the Canadian border. We're now 6 by 12. So the government in 1867 decided to do a census of our people. So they came out in the dead of winter, right? Our bands didn't all live together and they only found 16 full-blood families. And they said, oh, they don't need this 16 by 37. There's only 16 families. There actually was hundreds of families. Our reservation got cut down to 6 by 12. We still remember that. So data hasn't always been our friend. Data collection hasn't always necessarily, and especially at the hands of the federal government, benefited us. So I think, in looking and understanding, in whatever kind of entity, data has not necessarily, hence the formulation of our comments all together, helped propel what we're trying to do to reach full sovereignty for our individuals. So I think that really comes down to the cultural more, again, the partnership. How are you going to partner? How are you going to share and have that protection? That has to be very solid. Where are you going to give this? Where is this going to show up in what publication policy? If they're going to, Congress, Senate. So I think that transparency is incredibly important.
Yep, I agree. And we'll talk a little bit more about this in the coming question, but has your organization kind of developed some principles as you use data to kind of get at what you're talking about here, safeguarding the data, safeguarding the community, not being extractive? There was a little bit of talk this morning. Professor Carroll was talking about the CARE principles. Have you, in your work, kind of seen those kinds of principles, aware of them? If you can just shed a little light on that.
Yeah, I don't know if we necessarily have core principles we can pull up and look at policy insofar as data collection. We've been collecting and promoting and disseminating data, for 25 years. One thing that we try to do biannually is to create data sets that haven't been created before. So for instance, we've done capital access challenges. What is the true capital need? Why is philanthropy and banks not coming into our communities? We've done formal publications and gathered data on the housing crisis within Native communities and what can we do to expand mortgage opportunities in these measures. So principles, I really think, are for us finding gaps that we know that we can possibly through our means of operations with OESTA, which is a lot of capacity building, a lot of lending, and again, having a very robust system that is able to collect data via our CDFIs. And two, so finding the gaps, where can we create data? Great principle. Two, and maybe that's number one, always having that data available to our community. So we have, data readily available on our websites, our quarterly reports, which go out, have all of our impact numbers. So always sharing that out to be used collectively, I think really are two core. And again, never selling, never providing any type of confidential information, even if it's a funder that says, hey, I want to invest in so-and-so, tell me all about, A, B, or C. We will not, provide that information unless we have a conversation with our respective CDFI and see if they're comfortable in these measures. So we hold that very dear, and that's been just a core principle, although not stated, is basically the honor and how you're carrying that responsibility, put it simply.
Well put. And Eric, the same question. What does tribal data sovereignty mean to you? And what are the obligations of your organization in safeguarding tribal data sovereignty?
Sure. So we definitely take the question seriously. And we at the Harvard Project, which as many of you know, was the Harvard Project on American Indian Economic Development for a long time, and we've got a new name, Harvard Project on Indigenous Governance and Development. Our sister organization, if you will, is the NNI, the Native Nations Institute at the University of Arizona, where Dr. Carroll works and has put forth so many of these principles. We've tended to look to her research and her principles actually is kind of the guiding light, if you will. One thing that those kind of 2 years, the 10 years split into two 5-year years, again, that more recent 4 or 5 year period has really reinforced the importance of that to me. I will say, as personally, it maybe seemed a little bit esoteric at first, 10 years ago or 9 years ago or thereabouts, but then this 2020 and up through today really drove home the importance of principles like this and having something you can look to or guide yourself by. So in my teaching, I teach a couple classes here, and the rising importance of this has led me to even more strongly double down on one of the organizing principles we use for the classes, where we partner students up to work with tribes and Native entities and Indigenous groups around the world, actually. We have always adhered to the notion that we tend to be responsive to questions and problems and issues that those Native communities bring to us. We try very hard to never go out and say, well, we're interested in topic area X, and now let's go find some Native group out there in the world that we can raise that question with. It's much more, we've got this operating procedure, and if you've got a question or issue or problem or research question we can help you out with, please let us know, and we'll figure out how to engage with you on an individual basis. You've got these principles, but each project is different. Sometimes it's not really very data intensive per se, and so it doesn't become part of that particular project or question that we're working with a tribe on. But take a couple tangible examples. We worked with a tribe recently on the question of how they may or may not expand their ecotourism operations. Well, that could get into some financial and confidential information. And so we are deferential to that tribal entity's leadership in that regard. What do you want to share with us? What are you comfortable sharing with us? Do you need us to have a redacted version of a report that is kind of the one that I keep as the school paper versus one that is more for your own internal purposes? In a lot of times, if you're looking to best practices among other tribes, you've got to re-engage in that conversation with each one. We'd like to talk to you about your ecotourism development because we're working with Tribe X over here to help them think about how much they want to invest in that particular employment opportunity or economic development initiative. And then we also are entirely open to maintaining non-disclosure agreements, anything like that. And just approaching that conversation early on each semester with every student who comes across our way is an opportunity that I have doubled down on now. You're going to have to figure out with the tribal entity you're working with where the boundaries are here, what they're comfortable with. And if there's a need to maintain more confidentiality rather than less, let's just talk about how we can address that in a way that gets the research question that the tribe is bringing to us in the first place addressed, but also, adheres to their guidance and what might be publicly useful later on.
In that work, do you have a sense of whether there's a trend in tribes wanting formal agreements, data governance, data non-disclosure, scope and limits as a written agreement prior to kind of launching into that sort of work with you? Or is it really just variable according to tribe and what the project is?
It's still a minority of situations where that happens. I think we're fortunate we've got a long track record here and a fair bit of trust with many Native groups around the world, and they know some of the people who work here personally. Harvard is this big faceless institution, but it's made up of real people that you can get in touch with very easily and talk to me about this if my students are working on something with you, for example. And so we only are going to be able to maintain this type of work by batting 1,000 every time and assuring every community that brings us something that is important to them that we will treat their information with that kind of respect. And also, as you might guess, many individuals and institutions and entities in Indian country do want to share their success stories and their best practices, and not many Native communities want every other Native community to have to sit down and recreate the wheel just every single time. We've got these common problems that arise from the shared histories that many Native groups have had, and so being able to tell your story in a way that warns others against the pitfalls and also introduces best practices and moves the ball forward quicker for other groups who are addressing the same types of questions. On the whole, I found this just a wonderfully open and sharing community of people focusing on some issues that we all need to finally overcome after hundreds of years of, poverty and subjugation and desperation.
Yep. And Larry, same question to you. What does tribal data sovereignty mean to you? And what are the obligations of your organization in safeguarding tribal data sovereignty?
Yeah, I mean, bullet point number one in NCI's mission statement that was created in 1944 was to protect and enhance treaty and sovereign rights. And we know that this is, attacks on tribal sovereignty have increased since then, and they become more sophisticated. And we know now that attacks or wants to collect data from tribal nations can be used for both good and bad, but there's that sovereign aspect to that. And then what that means from that digital sovereignty aspect of it. And so for, this has been a topic of conversation and advocacy for 20 plus years at NCAI before my time in this role. But one of the significant steps forward that NCAI has engaged in to address this issue at our mid-year conference this year in Cherokee, North Carolina, we announced the launch of a new Center for Tribal Digital Sovereignty. And that's in partnership with the American Indian Policy Institute at Arizona State University at the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law. And that encompasses data sovereignty as well. And when we look at that, we're not trying to recreate the wheel or do anything nefarious on that level. It's really to enhance all of this. Our vision for the new center is to create a pipeline to bring together and support new leaders and new knowledge in this space. And this center's creating a new coalition of longstanding organizations and trusted experts to provide training, services, support, and resources to tribal nations. And one of the things that we've seen as well with the creation of our foundation last year at our conference in New Orleans, our 80th annual conference in New Orleans, since we've announced this new partnership with ASU, is the philanthropic sector is really looking at this and wants to support that. And so we know cost is one factor of this, but we also know that there's many folks in organizations that have been working in this space as well. And our effort is to support this. And so as we advocate for tribal sovereignty in all of its forms, when how do tribal nations, as they begin to learn and understand the growth and need for data and how it can help their tribal nation in many different ways, what happens to that information? And when everything is becoming more digital, and we can say, oh, it's in the cloud, but where's that go? And where's the provenance there? And so when we look at that, how do we create an area for tribal nations to know that their information is protected by sovereign entities? And there's always going to be partnerships with non-native entities, but understanding, what is that protection so it doesn't get used or misused, and tribes feel safe about having that where it's stored and how it's used and even a collective aggregate. There was a question in the chat about how native news organizations can support data-driven news. And I think as we collect that information, it doesn't have to be down to the granular level on what tribe it comes from or who's specifically impacted, but being able to talk about it in a collective to show that story. And I think the latest great example of that is voter information and the impact that tribes have on a vote, especially in different areas. And that's going to be a process here in the next until the next election of aggregating that data and where it was effective, where it wasn't, and how do we as Indian country help spearhead that and put resources to where they're going to be. That data helps us too, and understanding as we move forward and we advocate with this administration, this new administration, or the next, that they're becoming more data driven and want to see, if they're putting funding toward Indian country, where's it going and how's it being used and the effectiveness of it. Regardless of the fact that that's a responsibility of the federal government to Indian country, and the fact that we have never been fully funded in any of our treaty and trust responsibilities, but we can still advocate and show that data. And just in infrastructure alone, it's $47 billion below where it should be. That's data. And so as tribal leaders and new tribal leaders come on, that I think that's a collective goal of Indian country, to educate our own people on the importance of that and how this becomes a new aspect. And that's one of the issues that NCAI will continue to do. I mean, even up into including things of the court case in Montana regarding TikTok, and Montana passing a law that impacts tribal sovereignty and what tribal nations are able to do on their own lands. And NCAI entered into an amicus brief on that says they're encroaching on our tribal sovereignty, and whether it's data or digital in our airspace. So all of these things, I think, are collective in nature, but really shows the importance of how we need to continue to advocate. And even with AI, and how does AI use our data, and having conversations with Google and Microsoft and those platforms, and being at the table for the first time and saying, as you use this information, you need to be mindful of tribal sovereignty issues.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And I think we have time for one more question. We've hit on a lot of the things that these final questions were designed to hit on. Just as a kind of a final discussion, we talked a little bit about the CARE principles, and I'm wondering how each of you, whether you've seen any kind of increasing awareness, evolution on the part of federal government agencies or state government agencies who have tribal data, whether they're aware of these ideas of data sovereignty and also the CARE principles. Have you seen any sort of increasing awareness and seriousness with respect to how these agencies might be handling tribal data? And also, as part of that, do you think the federal government has any sort of heightened responsibilities with respect to its use, collection, management, dissemination of tribal data, in particular because they are, that there's a trust obligation there. So I think, yeah, why don't we just start with Crystal, and then I think as we move through all three panelists, that'll probably conclude our discussion today.
I work in a very, to premise my comments, I work in a very kind of narrow scope within several federal agencies. So my view may not be in particular to, some groundbreaking, moving and shaking that could be going on within the federal government. But I haven't really seen myself a great change in the needle or interest. More so, I think we still struggle to get data. That is our data from federal organizations, so that we can tell our own story, whether that be HUD, whether that be CDFI fund, SBA or larger programs. So I think that continues to be an issue. And granted, we always have new administrations, or what those confidentiality measures may be on behalf of the government, are not necessarily beneficial to us, nor have they been. So I still see those barriers. And what was the second part to your question, Andrew? I'm sorry.
I think just whether there might be some heightened obligations on the part of the federal government in its dealings with tribal data.
Yes, I think we still have a major issue with that, and I think that they cover themselves, pardon me, for their own benefit. If we look at Department of Interior, if we look at our IMM accounts, still at this measure, if we look at land and trust, leasing of our lands, many times not to our consent. An example, a lot of my family has land in Montana. When they, created our reservation, North Dakota was too, the land was too small and they wanted to have us all move to Montana. And we said, no, we're not doing it. Well, there's still, BIA will enter into leasing agreements long term. What if we want to build a cabin on that land? Or, so I think as we see the new, the murder of George Floyd really did change a lot of dynamics, I think, as well as COVID and the disparities of how Native communities are working. So I think those have put pressure, those movements. So, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's a new word we haven't heard. So as I think people gain power to push, to have data, to have that information, that all collectively does come together because we're saying, hey, still many times for Native Americans and for those natives on the call, we can all attest to this. We're looking at the minority demographics in the United States. They'll be Black, Asian, Latino, not Latino. There's never even an asterisk for our communities still yet in a lot of these larger initiatives. So I think we have a long way to go, but I think measures like this, our respective organizations and demanding and creating that data more so too to tell a different story. Yeah, we may have high poverty rates, but you know what? We have an amazing workforce. We're emerging markets. That's what they call it throughout the world. So I think we're using data for those that are collecting that to show a different side, a more positive side. And I hope we continue in those measures.
And Eric, any final thoughts?
Sure, yeah, I think we're all going to be unanimous in our assertion that the federal government does in fact owe a heightened sense here because of the trust and treaty responsibility. I think we're all probably aligned in kind of the philosophical point that Crystal just made about the need for the federal government to approach all underrepresented communities with an extra sense of urgency. But the native positioning there is far beyond that. It's not just that we're another racial minority group. This is a political arrangement that extends to before the founding of the United States and is tied to a nation-to-nation interaction. And so I find it extra incumbent upon things like the Census Bureau not to just go, well, it's hard to count people in remote places, so we're going to kind of halfway do our best and leave it at that. There's this extra obligation to meet all sorts of needs and contractual rights and treaty rights between the federal government and the tribes. And the tribes are composed of individual Indians who might be in remote places and might be hard to count. And when they get undercounted, the story Crystal told about her own reservation is the kind of thing that happens. You get underrepresented in the vote today, you lose your land holdings 150 years ago. Undercounting because it's hard is not an okay outcome in my mind.
And Larry, final thoughts to conclude the panel.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been shared so far, and I think we're going to see an increased need for accurate data from Indian country, and the ones that can provide that is ourselves, and we need to continue to press upon current tribal leadership, new tribal leadership, the importance of, as it was said, tell our story and show how we are part of the solution, and how we build that information out so that we continue to show whoever's in the administration, whoever's in Congress, they know that Indian country is not going anywhere. And we continue to grow on many different fronts, and not just by population, but all of these different areas. It's going to be important for us to have real numbers as much as we possibly can to continue to advocate and show those shortfalls. And there's, we can look at the Indian Gaming Association and the data that they show and bring all the gaming enterprises together and show a big aggregate numbers without giving away tribal information specifically. Then that's the same thing that we need to do on our side with these numbers, and our work with the Tribal Interior Budget Committee that shows and advocates for tribal budgets across the United States and what the need is versus what the shortfall is. But that's all built on data, and the more data that we can collect, the more accurate that we can collect, the more that's reflective in what we are showing them and what their shortfall is to us. And to Eric's point, as a political minority, as the only political minority in this country, and that trust and treaty responsibility that the United States have, we have to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to provide that information.
All right. Well, that concludes our panel. I want to thank all of our panelists, Crystal, Eric, and Larry. That was an excellent discussion. And I think I'm going to hand it over to Kevin now for the next panel, telling your own story with data. So thanks to all my panelists.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you to all the previous panelists. I'm Kevin Klingbeil, Managing Director of Big Water Consulting. And this session is telling your own story with data, the rewards and challenges of conducting a tribal census. Wanted to thank Phil Gover from CICD for putting this session together. Just quickly, again, I'm Kevin Klingbeil, Managing Director of Big Water Consulting. We're in Seattle, Washington. My background, I'm a geographer, former law center director, former lawyer for tribes and tribal housing, former regional manager of the Census Bureau for the 2010 census, and I've conducted a number of needs assessments and censuses throughout the country for tribes, and recently conducted the CDFI Fund's New Markets Tax Credit Native Initiative, and am currently conducting an EDA-funded Indigenous Economic Development Community of Practice. But more importantly, I wanted to introduce our panelists here today. I have Anita Welch, and I'm going to get this wrong, Losia from Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. I have Liz Boyd from Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. I have Susan Bayrow from Osage Nation, and Chrissy Sparling from the Snoqualmie Indian tribe. And so let's start with you, Anita, and then go to Liz, Susan, and then Chrissy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anita Lossie. I'm the current director of Human Services for the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, which is located in Cherokee, North Carolina. I'm an enrolled citizen of EBCI, and during this census project, I was the former policy analyst for the tribe.
Liz?
I couldn't find the mute button. My name is Liz Boyd. I'm a tribal member with the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior Chippewa Indians in Bayfield, Wisconsin, which is right by Lake Superior. I have worked with Big Water Consulting on 3 different projects, 2 tribal censuses, one in 2018, one in 2023, and a housing needs assessment survey for the Red Cliff Chippewa Housing Authority in 2021. I'm the homeowner homebuyer program manager for the Red Cliff Housing Authority, and I'm a project manager for the tribal planning department, along with the census survey manager when we do them.
And Susan?
All right, found the mute button. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So my name is Susan Bayrow. When I conducted the census, I was the strategic planning analyst for the nation. I've been with the nation since 2011. I'm currently now the Cabinet Secretary of Administration, which has the departments that are under me are membership, IT, HR, communications, self-governance, and strategic planning. And I am also currently the first Osage mayor for the city of Pawhuska, which is the heart of the Osage. And so that's pretty exciting. That's about it for me.
Thank you, Susan. And Chrissy?
Miat Sitsalitsa. Hello, my name is Sitsalitsa, or Chrissy Sparling is my whitest name. And I am from the Snoqualmie Indian tribe. I am part of the Snoqualmie Tribal Council, and I was fortunate enough to organize and put together our very first 2024 census, which we just completed in September. So I'm really excited about that data, and I'm really excited about the community, and doing our very first census was very huge for our tribe. So thank you very much for having me here today. I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for serving on the panel today. And I just wanted to kind of give a sense of structure. So we'll talk first about project purpose and design, and then we'll move into implementing the data collection effort. And then, of course, in the data analysis and implementation, what are your tribes planning to do, or did they do with the data that was collected? So first, let's just talk about how and why tribal governments pursue census projects. And I'll just kind of dive in with the question, why do your respective tribes conduct a census, and how did you initiate your survey's design and planning? You know, what did this process look like, kind of as the first question? And then how did you determine what data your tribe needed from a tribal census, and to what extent did you utilize feedback from within the tribe, both from government departments and the community? So kind of what was the impetus for the project, and then who did you bring in, and what process was used to incorporate feedback? And I'm going to kind of open it up, see who wants to jump in first.
I can certainly jump in first. Here at the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians in, like I said, in Cherokee, North Carolina, we have had the tribal census established since 1975 through tribal legislation for establishing the weighted vote for our elections. And so it was determined back then through legislation that it would be held every 10 years. And so in 1986, the same language for 10-year censuses was established and codified in our governing document. And it's actually in section 19. And it also continues to establish that tribal census every 10 years. This past tribal census was our EBCI Census 2023, which was the first electronic census. And with this, we was the first time that we had established additional questions, more demographics, and it was very much to improve our data collection, to have more data-driven and decision-making for our governments and our programs and our divisions. And this was one initiative that was a priority for our government. And one of the ways that we did our design, if you're talking about branding, we have a communications division, which has in-house graphic design, and we also had in-house contracts. And we were able to work with them to develop our branding for our EBCI Census 2023 branding, so that we can have a consistent look and picture to catch the eye, to make it appealing, to make people additionally want to fill out the survey just from our graphic designs. As far as how we determined what questions, since this was the first time that EBCI had developed questions for a tribal census, it was determined that we wanted to reach out to all of our divisions of government and specifically ask from them, direct questions that would benefit them, that they would see repeatedly in grants or in decision making. And so we were able to ask them for input. And additionally, we also had our THIP and a Thaw Tribal Health Improvement Plan within our public health program. And we were also able to get additional conversations and input in from those conversations, which was already an established process through our public health
Great. Liz, do you want to kind of weigh in on Red Cliff's process?
So we got the planning process started. Our leadership had spoke with Big Water Consulting on what they had done with tribes before. And then we had a planning department that engaged all of the stakeholders and the different tribal planning departments to find out what information we were lacking and what we needed to know. Over the course of months and going back and forth with developing questions, sending them to the next department, and just getting input, even from the community sessions that we'd had on what information Red Cliff was lacking. The tribal census was our first tribal census. After that was done, our tribe was able to put together a comprehensive plan. And in the comprehensive plan, it states that we'll be holding a tribal census every 5 years. And we just want the most up-to-date information by our group, our tribal members, our community. And with the housing needs assessment that happened, we needed additional information because we wanted to do a HUD census challenge. And from the first census and the housing needs assessment, we were able to determine what areas we had lacked questions in for our 2023 census.
Thank you. And Chrissy or Susan, where did your projects originate within the tribe?
Yeah,
I think it might be a fight. Which one goes first?
A Zoom battle.
You want me to go first?
Chrissy, how about we go?
Okay.
did I get selected? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think for me, we codified our census in 2023. So this is our very first time going around. And the reason why we found it to be important this year to do in 2024, and we are also going with the every 10 years collection data from this census forward. But this is our first one. The reason why we did it is because in 2022, our tribe went to descendancy, and we doubled since March of 2022, our tribe has doubled in size. So we had a lot of programs that catered to the demographics of our original 486 tribal members. But now we need something that caters to the almost 1,500 tribal members. And we also needed to create a path of sustainability for those programs. And also, we're still expanding. Our enrollment is still open. So we have a lot of challenges. And also our tribe is not a reservation tribe. So we're kind of more scattered to the wind. So, knowing that larger community is the ultimate goal, and to make sure that we have programs that can help that larger scale community. And we're not sure that we have that in place right now because we don't necessarily know the demographics of our community anymore. So that was why the significance for the 2024 census was so important. And how we went about it was we engaged a company, Moss Adams, to help us with that initial startup. And just to kind of help us maybe, tackle known challenges in that industry already. And Moss Adams suggested that we immediately create a team. So we took all of our department heads and made that the team. Our original census had 400 questions on it. And we thought, oh, nobody's going to take this. This is going to take you all day. So then the challenge became how to narrow down those questions to a size that the community could realistically swallow and get done. And so we started trying to seek questions that were multifunctional. So a question that would be good for health and wellness might also help services. And so we started trying to only take questions that had a dual purpose for for the departments. And that brought our census down to about 80 questions. Took about a half an hour to complete. There was lots of room in our census for feedback. After we did sections in our census, so that at the end of every single section, that there was an open spot for what do you think we could improve on? What do you think we need in here? So that if anybody had any ideas, they could send it to us. So that way we knew exactly where their head is at and where they may want us to go in the future. And how we're planning on using all of the data. We haven't gotten our aggregated data back yet. That is how fresh and how we literally just completed that very first step of all of the data collection. And surveys is something that our tribal community hasn't been really, they don't like to participate necessarily. They get very skeptical. So it was a real challenge to try and engage that large scale community. And as I'm sure the other Native panelists can tell you, the internet and computers, especially for the elder generation, aren't really something that they're used to, or, you know, they need help. So we had a team that catered to our elders, especially. And I was really proud that our elder community was the #1 people that completed our census. Out of all of them, they are the ones that came in the highest percentage of completion. So I was very proud of that, meaning that we really hit trying to get their voices captured. And that was very difficult because our census was only conducted online. We didn't do a paper version. And so we did a lot of cold calling. We did a lot of hand holding. We had individuals taking the census with people where they just answered the question and we inputted their data for them. And so for me, the census was highly challenging, but at the same time, so rewarding. I was so proud of our people for participating, which is something that they don't really like to do. So I hope I answered questions.
Definitely, yeah. And I think people are starting to see some different reasons and different circumstances that drive conducting a census. Oftentimes we talk about needs assessments too, because largely the difference is just in the sampling. But newly recognized tribes, service area tribes as opposed to on reservation. Liz mentioned kind of repeating the census, so you have longitudinal data sort of changes over time. Susan, you want to add to this mix of different reasons why people conduct censuses and where it originates within the tribe?
Absolutely. So for us, our legislative branch here at the Osage Nation passed a bill that every 5 years we conduct a census. This is the first time that we've ever done one. So the reasons that we conducted ours was because we needed a tool to assess the needs of our members. So provide our leaders with Osage specific data as they decide how to use resources and plan for the future, strengthen the applications for new funding. And so basically just the main reason is to support our sovereignty, you know, protect our data, being able to tell our own story. And that was really important to us. The process that I took to begin with developing the census was starting with our grants department and the information that they collect. That was something that's consistent and easy to provide our departments and our branches of government. So we have over 50 departments, and I went to each one of them and I asked them, what information other than this do you guys want to collect, or you guys do collect, or something that you want to collect in the future? Just let me know. And I provided them like 9 categories to start out with and see if I needed to expand that or lessen that. However, it was determined by those departments. And I wanted to collect the data that had a purpose. I didn't want to do a project and then once it was complete, it was completely forgotten. So the information was extremely important for our departments. And they're the ones who provide the services to our members, and it was just a very useful tool for them.
Great. We talk about tribal data sovereignty and tribal sovereignty in general. and self-determination, self-governance. And you mentioned kind of part of the planning efforts that went into these projects. I just wanted to kind of veer slightly off script just to ask you a question that I ask anyone when we start these projects is, how do your departments, how do your programs tend to work together? In other words, forget the census for a moment. How do you come together regularly to plan what housing, transportation, to collaborate together? Is that something that you do, or was this something that had to be done anew for this project?
So for us, it's not, I think I hear an echo. It's something that we typically do. We talk with each other, understand what services everyone offers. We created a resource directory that is just specifically what service each department provides and handed it out to each department, because once they receive an applicant, they're able to provide that applicant additional services based off what they know and based off the resource directory. So we already have a process in place that we all talk to each other, because basically we all have to we gather the same information, so we might as well share it.
Okay. Anita, how about you?
The way all of our divisions talk together is they are all led by our principal chiefs cabinets. They all have a secretary that is at the head. And so each secretary is over multiple divisions, multiple programs. And so they meet on a regular basis to make sure that the ongoing projects and information is being relayed and the work is ongoing with the current priorities of our executive office. And so that is one way that we continue to communicate with one another directly down to each program.
Liz or Chrissy?
Yeah, we have a secretary of affairs that we generally go through, and she directs to, we have a chain of command. So we always start at the top, the secretary of affairs, and she notifies the admin, our executive director of tribal operations, and then it filters down from there. And then when it came to like the census project itself, we used our team, and I was the focal of that team, and I held weekly meetings with that team, going privatized chats that we were all involved in. So there was a constant hand holding. Like we were just I like to think of us as a constant circle that just moved together, trying to navigate the water. Since this is our first time ever doing it, it was really, we were all really supportive of one another. If you've ever seen those that like those girls that stand on their arms and they put their legs over each other and they can all hold each other up, that's kind of what I felt like our team was doing. Every single one of us was holding up the other person as we navigated this water together. It was a trust building opportunity. It also put leadership right there in the mix with the working staff, and it made us work together, and we were very effective at it. We just trusted one to work together well.
Great. Liz?
Well, you guys are very lucky because our departments are very disconnected and we don't have good communication. But when the administration, the chairwoman, the vice chair, they say, you guys need to work together. This is going to be for betterment of the community and the tribal members. We need to see what our community wants in terms of needs for now and for future planning. When we are looking at different grants that would be available for us, it's for the betterment of the community. So you guys need to come together and develop a plan.
Great. And now I want to kind of move into implementing the data collection. That's part of why I asked that previous question about how you normally come together, because that sort of helps us determine how these projects flow, and how you're able to implement them. And so one of the first questions that I want to ask is just how many people worked full, part, or volunteer time to conduct your census, and how did you grow their capacity and skills to work toward the project objectives? And then just as important, what strategies did your tribes use to recruit respondents? In other words, reach out to your community. How did you message the community? And what seemed most effective for you? How did you try anything that didn't work? And what would you do differently next time? So it's a lot of different questions packed into one, but really kind of who did you mobilize and engage? I think, Chrissy, you kind of hit on that question a little bit already. Others maybe dive in on who you mobilized to do the data collection. Chrissy, you mentioned yours was online. I know, Liz, obviously you guys do door-to-door and more boots on the ground type work. And then, of course, how did you communicate to the community to make them responsive to this survey when we know that tribal communities are often over-surveyed? Who wants to jump in first?
Jump in. With us at EBCI, we had a team of 4. And we also made sure that we were doing all of our work in-house. We wanted to do it as quickly as we could. We wanted to be efficient and save as much tribal money as we could. And so we had, I was housed in the Attorney General's office. We had an executive office team member, our enrollment office, our IT office. And so we were the primary team for coordinating and getting this created. And we also used an in-house contract with our IT office to help us develop the electronic questionnaire. We had to, after we had asked the divisions what questions, we had to also make sure we had the correct fields embedded in the electronic questionnaire. And so there was a lot of prep on that before everything, of course, went live. And some of the things that we did was to help recruit respondents was, of course, we, used our marketing just with our social media, with our tribal email, with newspapers. And of course, like you all, I'm sure we have enrolled citizens all over in other countries, not only other states. And so we made sure, that electronic means was provided. And also we worked with our Sally, me and our senior citizen program to make sure that we had scheduled specific times where if anyone needed assistance on the electronic questionnaire, we had ongoing times available. We offered, walk-ins. We also offered it at a Kuala Public Library. We tried to make it as easy as we could, as an electronic format could be. And similar to what you had mentioned, Christina, we didn't want it too lengthy, so we didn't want it taking too long or people would just not finish it. And one of the reasons we wanted to do electronic was, as I believe a previous panel mentioned, COVID really, opened our eyes to more electronic processes, because during that time we were able to do, questionnaires, distributions, different things more electronically than before out of necessity. And so we felt like we had exceptional responses just during that time. So we thought we could do the full electronic census. And we had at the time we had, I know you all had mentioned numbers, the adults we only gave this to adults, of course. And at that time, when our electronic questionnaire went live, we had 11,513 adult people that could take the questionnaire. And we had a participation rate of 56%. We felt like that was pretty good. We also provided incentive money. We provided $100, and it was also electronic auto deposit. So everything was electronic. Everything was done that way to help do it quickly and help save tribal funds. And one way that we would like to do. Next time, we certainly would like to be able to, you know, go out in the communities more, or maybe have more in-person places to provide assistance. But we felt like it did really extremely well as the electronic version, and we feel that we now have a really good example of how we can look at improving probably the content, the questions a little bit more. One of the things also that we found that different programs likely also needed to improve their fields, how they collect data for uniform consistency. And so with our enrollment office, you know, we also have been working on unifying some of those fields when we are taking data, so that it'll be easier when we do the next census in the next 10 years.
Great. Thank you, Anita. Liz, you want to jump in here?
Gosh, I'm having problems with my audio button. So I forgot what the question was. Sorry, I'm kind of a space cadet.
So essentially, you know, who and how many people did you engage in your effort? Obviously, yours had kind of mixed contact methods online in the field. And then how did you reach out to the community? How did you message to the community?
We did, as you know, most of our getting everything set with Big Water Consulting. We reached out to community members because we wanted our community members to be able to do the survey. We're a small community. There's just over 1,300 of us on reservation. And so we only did our census for on reservation. With having our local community members do it, we went and knocked on every door within the reservation boundaries. And we made trips to their homes up to 5 times. We left door hangers with a code specific to their location, so we didn't use any identifying markers. We used our tribal website, the newsletter, and social media for PR. We also left paper forms of the census survey at each household that had not responded. We used incentives to tribally owned businesses and Red Cliff tribal member businesses. Each household that responded got 2 $15 gift certificates for the area businesses. And then they were also included in a drawing that was weekly for a $100 gift card to Walmart. We're a pretty small area, so that was like the closest thing that would be the most convenient for anyone. We also had, with us being such a small community, we could just send a Facebook message to your cousin. Hey, you haven't done this yet. If you fill out, you know, you have a chance to win a $100 gift certificate. It's right around Christmas time. You could use that money. So we just really concentrated on using our tribal members and community members to be able to do the survey. And for our 2018 tribal census, we got a 97% completion rate. I love Christina's reaction in the, yeah, so we went door to door, and the elders were a big part of that, but we also didn't want our survey to be very long. So we tried to keep it like 30 minutes or under, but when when an elder is welcoming you into their home and they're saying, have coffee with us before we do this. And we were also trained on confidentiality and how to be able to talk to everybody and say, like, none of your information will be able to tell anybody who's answering this. The better response rate we get, the more it's going to help our community. And when the first tribal census was complete and Red Cliff was able to do the comprehensive plan based off of the community members' wants and needs, and then we were able to apply for funding that has proven results. Like, we're putting in 2 elderly apartment complexes because the elders said that that's what we need for here. We have a housing shortage like everywhere else nationwide. we're putting in a new housing development. So with our tribe taking our results and actually doing what our community members believe is in the best interest of us, it helps our response rate because they're willing to work with us when they see that we are listening.
Susan or Chrissy, did you want to add something to that? We'll kind of move a little quickly into the next question, but
Go ahead.
I know you can tell that I'm
the
itchy,
battle
right?
continues.
I was so excited over the 97% completion. I was really excited to get 50. So I was really happy for you. As far as, so how many people started to work on our project with us? Originally, the team was 2 people. And it was me and the secretary assistant. And then we recruited Moss Adams. And then we decided that there was no possibility of her and I doing this together. We needed other help. So it was a gradual build because none of us really knew what we were doing. Moss Adams knew what they were doing, but on our side, this is our first time doing it. So there was a lot of step laddering, a lot of, oh, okay, I didn't think of that. Now we need this. So at the end, our team was about 18 people large. And we, like I said, we used every single head of our departments, and then we grabbed the people that were the most independent workers in those departments as well, added them to the context so that it was a true collaboration from our community, or at least from our admin side. So that way we could also make sure that the data we were collecting was going to be useful. I have a project management background. I also have a tech background. So we used a lot of skill sets that I am comfortable in. And so how we started, what was the next question? So that was like we built our team up. What strategies did we use to reach out?
Chrissy, if you can kind of move into the messaging to the community and kind of how you communicated with them.
Perfect. Yeah, we put it on a tight schedule. So we had a 45-day census turnaround. From the time we started it to the time we completed it, we gave it 45 days because I wanted it to be so structured and so kind of just, it's going. Let's just do it. There's no need to procrastinate. We sent weekly reminders through both mail and social media. And then as it got closer, we sent daily reminders to complete their census. We also did the incentive. We did $50 incentives to help our community out, and it was direct deposit. We also did the confidentiality training to make sure that all of that information would stay confidential, and that really helped with the success of the census. But really, that communication piece was integral, like just constant in your face. I almost want to say, like, if you go to grade schools and they just like every day they're sending you something from the school, that was us with the census. And then we also did a lot of celebrating. Like every week I would post celebratory videos of how many more we got completed, so that the community was starting to push their families, going, you got to be a part of the video. You got to be a part of the video. So it started to kind of snowball into this great community building experience. And obviously you guys can tell I have a lot of energy. I'm really enthusiastic. So that really helped spearhead that. So everybody started to get this really positive vibe around it. And this was our most successful survey that we as a tribe have ever conducted. So I was really proud of that piece. Now,
and Susan, I'm going to give you increase your task here, because we're going to sort of bleed into the takeaways from the data. So you get to kind of take us from how you constructed your team and message to the community into what you found in the data.
Okay, I can do that. And it's really cool that you guys had a team, even if it started out as 2. For me, it was 1, just me. I worked on this project myself. I gathered the questions, I developed the census form, developed the online survey myself, and then developed the report that once we were done, I had assistance with their communication department because they can make it pretty. And then our language department provided the orthography and the translation for each of our categories that we had within the census. And then we offered this to 18 years and older, and we had this open for 2 months. We thought that was a good time frame for everybody to become aware of it, because this was a global outreach for us. And the way we reached them, we did an aggressive marketing campaign, which we utilized our multiple social media outlets, flyers, newspaper, and we have associations that are scattered throughout the United States. We also hosted events in our tribal villages in 2 large cities here in Oklahoma. We pushed this to be filled out electronically, but we did offer paper copies upon request, but it was really an electronic push. And we also offered incentives. So for the first 1,800 who fully completed the census and their membership had been verified, they would receive a $100 gift card. And then all the participants who entered into the drawing, they would receive a chance to win a limited edition Killers of the Flower Moon movie blanket or a sesquicentennial Pendleton blanket. And so doing all of that and with the outreach that we did before this survey, our largest response rate was 800. And we thought that was amazing because that was the largest before. But because of the incentives we offered and the marketing campaign that we did, once it was completed, we had over 4,500 responses. And so for us, that was amazing. It was unbelievable on day one, because day one, it was very scary because you could see those numbers climb and they reached 1,800 right off the bat. And then we just knew we had done something. We just created something that was just unbelievable. So we were really excited. So I'll also move into the next questions.
So just as a reminder, kind of what were there any surprising insights or other takeaways from your data? And then did you conduct a planning process or other process to review the data and develop a strategy or something based on its findings?
Yes. So once we were closed the survey and then we started to look at the data and start to clean it up, and just on itself, just creating it takes a year and a half. It took me a year and a half to create it. So once we started to get the data and cleaned it up and started looking at it, the data really surprised us. It showed that we are not a needs-based nation as many had thought. In fact, we're highly educated people, with the majority having bachelor's degrees. We're self-sufficient throughout globally because we own our own homes, we have cars, and we have full-time jobs. Currently, we are in phase 2 of our census, which phase 1 was just a cumulative report. Now we're working on phase 2, which is utilizing the data to be specifically targeting by state and then counties and then zip codes, the target areas that we have a high needs-based response, and determining why. And then in the future, we could use this information to focus resources for our children, so that once they leave high school, they are educated to be self-sufficient, they can get a higher education, they can choose a career that they want, be able to purchase a home, a car, and become self-sufficient. That's our goal with this project in the future. Also, if there are members who hit hard times, say, then they know that there are resources available to help them get back on their feet and end a cycle that has become constant with some homes within the nation. So we're going to target those and provide them services and reach out to them and saying, hey, the cycle of abuse can end, whether it be drug or alcohol or whatever it is, it can end. And we have resources that you can help. We want to help you. That's the whole point. We are also working with the Census Bureau on a pilot project that we share information, but it's on our terms. What we share with them and what we won't share with them. Data sovereignty for us is very important. And we're the first tribal nation to participate in this project. So we recognize that they have a process in place that's beneficial for us to know and understand. And then we just need to work together, and we know that. And to start building a positive relationship with them where it hasn't been in the past.
Anita? And as a reminder, this is, were there any surprises or significant takeaways from the data, and what process or kind of planning or strategy development process are you implementing or might you implement to utilize that data?
Yes, with our program, similar to what Susan said, it was so interesting when the numbers started coming in. I could just watch it in real time. It was really, really amazing to see the process and to watch it happen. And so we had, like I had mentioned, we had ours live for 3 months. And so when we closed it, of course, we immediately had that cumulative. And so we already had had it ready not much longer after that, formatted with our branding to post on our website. And we are still currently like working with the data to put it in a box in lay terms to make sure it's usable, and in more ways we can, and we have gone in and pulled different kinds of reports for elected officials or programs or divisions for grant purposes, for overlay of different groups of the data for particular purposes. We're also in the process of creating a population profile, because that was one of the interests also, just like any government's, a more accurate one based on the new census results. And so these were, some of the things that we were able to immediately, get in place pretty quickly.
Great. Liz or Liz, do you want to follow up on that?
So was some of the findings?
Yeah, so were there any surprises or key takeaways from the data? And then, what kind of planning process, what process will Red Cliff use to implement the data via planning, or, just direct incorporation into program management?
The biggest findings actually have to deal with workforce development. The education levels of our tribal members, the ones who have like completed high school or GED, started college but weren't able to finish. It shows for a lack of, so the biggest barriers for our tribal members to continue with their education is the cost and lack of childcare. And those were the two things that have been consistent on our both of our tribal censuses and the housing needs assessment. So our tribal leadership looked at the responses from that, and they started looking into 477 programs for workforce development, and that they have a workforce development like strategic planning session that has been started, and a team that's working on it to get different like economic opportunities here in Red Cliff that can help with the lack of childcare, the lack of funding for people to go to school, and the percentage of people that aren't able to work due to childcare or having to take care of other family members. We have a lot of multi-generational homes. And so, if I have to stay home and take care of a kid and take care of grandma, it doesn't leave time for schooling. And if I'm constantly taking care of somebody, then I'm not having a job to be able to continue my education. So with Red Cliff's comprehensive plan, they're really like looking into the 477 programs and what we can do here for workforce development to try getting the rate of people being able to graduate, go on to college, receive a degree. That's one of the main priority focuses of our administration team right now.
You, Chrissy?
Yeah, we haven't gotten our data census back yet. I do know of some of the percentages only just because they gave me a snippet. And one of the things that I think was shocking to me was that 49% of our community is homeowners. And because a lot of our community is asking for tribal housing. And so I was really shocked to see that that's almost half of the people are homeowners. So now it kind of gives us a demographic of, you know, what we need to do for that other 50% in housing. But that's the only data point that I've received back. We're in that stage right now of getting that aggregate data back, and we're not anticipating it to have it back until December. So I'm excited to see how everybody else use their. One of the demographics that I'm excited to see is our tribe pays for college. Every student who wants to go to college, it's paid for by the tribe. So I'm really hoping that on that education piece, that when we get that data back, that we're going to see a high number of educated children or people. That's what I'm hoping for, but I don't really know yet. Fingers crossed.
I want to kind of open it up for some Q&A here in case anyone who's participating today in this session would like to ask questions. And we'll see if anyone sort of chimes in or puts a question in the chat. One thing I want to maybe plant in your mind, if there is a lull here at all, is there anything you would do differently next time? What did you learn from this process? So maybe we can, while we're waiting to see if there's any questions, anyone want to dive in on that? Chrissy or Susan? It's always a battle between Chrissy and Susan.
I'll let you go first this time, Susan.
Okay. So what we learned from this is one of the categories or demographics that we missed in our census was caretakers. And so next time we plan on having a category within our census specifically for caretakers, because that demographic of Osage children and elders that they're taking care of, we need to have that information so we can provide them services specifically for them and keep that count. That's one of the items that we had missed on ours. Don't ask me how, because I reached out to over 50 departments. They did this.
The learning process, no matter how you slice it, right? Chrissy?
Yeah, I think for me, I would have more boots on the ground when you're conducting the census. Like I said, we don't have a reservation. So it was really hard to get to everybody. Especially, we had a list of about 100 individuals who do not have any type of internet service. And they only have a phone number and it's a landline. And a lot of them didn't have message machines. So it was a constant like going back and forth, but I was the only one that was doing that work. So more boots on the ground to help, you know, with those phone calls and trying to keep up with the people that don't have internet access. You know, it like other people said, like when you talk to the elders and stuff, you could get into an elder's house and you'll be there all day. Even though it's a 30-minute census, because they're telling you stories and stuff. And I was in love with that aspect, but it was so time consuming. I felt like if I had maybe more hands on deck, I could have gotten more people to complete it. So that's the biggest takeaway that I took is we definitely need more people collecting that data from the people that are challenging to get.
Okay. Liz or Anita?
One of the things I realized after doing this with Big Water for 3 times now is Red Cliff has a lot of like social gatherings. They'll have like movie night at the library, or there's like craft shows, vendor shows down at the casino. And after seeing how many people walk through it, the next time we do the survey, like have a tribal survey, census survey, I would probably have a staff member go to the social interactions and catch the people who might not be home throughout the day, or they're gone on the weekends because they're constantly going to these different community events. So that's one thing I would do different, is have a table set up with your tablet with paper surveys with access to their individualized code so they can do it online. I would just try to get somebody more at the community events.
Anita?
And as I mentioned before, it would be nice if we could add people and do some boots on the ground, because we had no boots on the ground. So out in the community, because if you look at our results, it's directly proportional to the age groups as far as participation rate goes, which is something that you would think would be likely, but we actually showed that in reality. And so that's an interesting, data result from the census questionnaire. And so I do think that we could add people and help improve that as well.
Okay, I'm going to give you a lightning round, so you get like 30 seconds each. If you could provide a suggestion or recommendation for tribes who are planning to do a census, what's your bullet point for them? So Anita, you go first, Liz second, Chrissy, then Susan.
This has been very beneficial to us to get the questionnaire together for what our government currently is needing to get more demographic information, because as tribes, we have got to be able to look at our own data, see how we're doing with our own services in our own communities. Are we making positive impacts? We need to be able to look at that more and make those determinations and be able to make improvements within our own processes so that we can improve that ourselves, instead of us just creating data for whoever's hosting a grant or whoever is needing that with the federal government agency. This is our data. We need it for our own purposes, for our own analysis, so we can directly see what improvements we need to make for services for our own communities.
All right, Liz, 30 seconds.
All right. Owning your own data about the people within your community and collected by your own people, analyzed by your own nation, is key to data sovereignty. The US Census does not provide opportunities to meet the tribe's expectations, and to get a strategic plan, a comprehensive plan moving forward, and for the tribe to be able to determine what plans to develop, you have to have your own data.
Thank you. Chrissy?
Listen to your community, listen to your staff, listen to their needs. Don't try and manipulate it in your mind in any way, shape, or form. Just listen, because when you're listening, that's when the picture becomes bigger and larger. So that would be my key takeaway. Listen and then collaborate. For me, this wasn't an independent project. I know it was for Susan, which my hands go up to, girl. I don't know how you did it, but for me, I'm a very collaborative person, and engaging that community is key. And I also agree that data sovereignty is huge. So always be confidential with that information.
Fantastic. Susan, you're our anchor.
So for us, there's no resource out there for Osage specific data. There's nothing. The Census Bureau tried to do it in the 2020 census by offering a question for what tribe you belong to, but because they had no verification of that, that's basically meaningless information for us. So by doing it ourselves, we protect our data, we tell our own story. And what I've done with this, because I did it by myself and it took over 1.5 years to do, I do panels like this where other tribes can reach out to me, and I provide them a packet of everything that we did from start to finish, with our flyers, with the form, with the results, everything that we did, I provided to them freely. You guys don't have to reinvent the wheel. It has been done, just customized per your tribal nation. That's all you guys have to do.
Great. Thank you, everyone here. And you can certainly reach out to our speakers and follow up with them to learn more about their experiences, or with me. I do want to now turn it over to Matthew Gregg to start the conversation on recent developments in the policy relevant research on Native communities. So Matthew, take it from here.
Thanks, Kevin. Really interesting panel. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Gregg. I am a senior economist at the Center for Indian Country Development, and I'm happy to serve as the moderator for this panel. So the purpose of this panel is to have an open conversation with 3 speakers, all of which are doing research in this broad category of Indigenous research, about the importance of their own research, which can be either for tribes or for policymakers, the importance of using data, which in Indian country is often scarce and limited, to do research, and how their own research fits within the overall theme of the conference, which is tribal data sovereignty. So the panel is going to be split up into 5 parts. We're going to first have introductions, of course. Then I want to spend some time learning more about some background about each of the speakers' research agenda. Then we'll have a roundtable discussion on some overarching themes of their research, some questions from the audience. So please, if you have questions, put them in the Q&A function. And then we'll end with some closing thoughts. So with that said, I want to give the speakers some time to introduce themselves. To that end, I'm going to ask them to answer a couple simple questions. You're welcome to answer more and speak more about yourself, but please let everyone know your name, your full title, anything else about yourself, and who pays your paycheck. So we'll start with Tracy.
Chukma, everyone. Hachi Chokmata, Sahulta Foat, Alichi, Tracy Morris, and Chokatafa, Holcha Foat in Coney Homa, Chickasha Seya. So I'm Dr. Tracy Morris. I'm a citizen of the Chickasaw Nation of Oklahoma. I'm the executive director and a research professor at the American Indian Policy Institute in the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law. So that's who pays my paycheck, my tribe, and my name. I think that's it.
Thanks, Tracy. Dave Sanders, if you remember those questions, I can pose them again. But
I think I can roll through them. Good afternoon, everybody. David Sanders, Machiapi, Ogole Matahan, Chante Nape, Chante Nape Chizapo. Good morning, everybody. My name is David Sanders. I'm originally from Oglala, South Dakota. I'm happy to be here with you all. Who pays my paycheck? The American Indian College Fund. I'm the VP for Research Evaluation and Faculty Development. I think I've answered everything.
Great, thanks. Dave Castillo, please introduce yourself. I asked each of the speakers, tell us your name, your full title, anything else you want about yourself, and who pays your paycheck.
Yeah, thanks. And so Dave Castillo, I'm the CEO for Native Community Capital. We're a Native CFI headquartered in Laguna Pueblo in New Mexico, but we're also a licensed mortgage bank in Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado. I'm Nawa Indian on my mom's side, which is in southern Mexico, but born and raised and schooled in California for the last 25 years. I've lived in Arizona serving relatives in the Southwest and spending time on the Navajo Nation as Shadane, or in-law. As an organization, we're probably best known for our recent study, Redlining the Reservation. And if you're from the Southwest, our work is, again, as I said, a mortgage lender helping get homes built on tribal test lands where most banks fear to tread. I'm probably going to go off camera because the connection here is kind of wonky, and we'll see if my connection stays stable. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. So appreciate all those introductions. I'm going to now let the panelists, hopefully for 5 minutes, spend some time talking about some of their recent research or their research agenda in general. So I'm going to start with Tracy. During a prep call, you mentioned that you're working on a book about Indigenous digital sovereignty. That was mentioned a couple panels ago. So for the sake of the audience, could you briefly describe what Indigenous digital sovereignty means? Obviously, how it kind of relates to Indigenous data sovereignty. So that's my one. So I want to ask another question. How do you see Indigenous digital sovereignty as a tool tribes can use to promote economic development in their communities?
So I'm going to guess that it was Larry Wright that said something about tribal digital sovereignty. So, you know, it happened while I am working on a book on tribal digital sovereignty. And what really happened was, the pandemic really changed everything, as we know. All of a sudden, all this work in broadband and, and such was, came to a head, and there's all this money coming into the space now. I mean, I think it accelerated the work that we were doing in broadband and broadband research for Indian Country, probably by 5 to 7 years at least. I mean, all of a sudden it was front and center and such. And as we know, there's been crazy legislative responses to the pandemic that have infused billions of dollars into Indian Country for infrastructure and such. And so, as one might expect, there's been a lot of players in that space that didn't exist before. So in a number of conversations with my colleagues at the National Congress of American Indians, I mean, I've been working with some of those folks for years, like Jeff Blackwell, who's their general counsel. We've been working in this space for many years, like 15, 17 for me, and him, like, I won't even speak for him. But it really became apparent that we needed to be talking about a more comprehensive discussion than crossing the digital divide. Everything was the digital divide. In fact, my book was titled originally Crossing the Digital Divide. Is really boring because I figured I'd fix it later. You know, I'm terrible at naming things. And then in the course of doing my research, on data sovereignty and all the different facets of infrastructure, and I just started looking at all this stuff, and there's all these things. Like one day I'd be doing broadband, one day I'd be talking about data, one day I'd be talking about infrastructure, one day I'm talking about digital equity. And I just kept thinking there had to be a way to talk about them overarchingly and comprehensively from a more proactive space. And so as I started doing research, I started seeing, oh, they're doing this in other countries. The European Union has a very proactive digital sovereignty plan that's overarching for not only the countries, and the countries have their own plan, but they also have individual digital sovereignty plans. And these are overarching comprehensive plans that are encompassing of all of these different facets that we think of as the digital ecosystem. So when I started looking at that and I started seeing what other countries are doing, I was like, well, duh, tribes have sovereignty. Why are we not doing this? And hence the kernel of the idea came about. So the book is now titled Tribal Digital Sovereignty. And towards this, I've gone beyond that. We have partnered with the National Congress of American Indians, and we have launched the Center for Tribal Digital Sovereignty. And so we announced that in June at the mid-year conference in Cherokee, North Carolina. And we are standing up the center at this point right now, and all the things it'll encompass. Towards that, we have now gone through the resolution process at the National Congress of American Indians to create a more comprehensive definition for tribes that's been adopted. So in June, at NCAI in Cherokee, North Carolina, NCAI adopted the resolution NC 24008. I'm going to pop it in the chat for y'all, and then I'll tell you a couple of things about it. So this resolution establishes that, quote, tribal digital sovereignty is an umbrella term that encompasses the exercise of sovereign authority over physical and virtual network infrastructure and the intangible virtual digital jurisdictional aspects of the acquisition, storage, transmission, access, and use of data, including policy developments that impact a tribal nation's digital footprint in the real world and virtual spaces. And further, that tribal digital sovereignty encompasses all aspects of a nation's digital plan and footprint, such as tribal codes, managing data protections, digital equity, network infrastructure, development of funding sources, education, healthcare, public safety, law enforcement, economic and community development, and capacity building. So overall, this resolution really was meant to support the exercise of tribal sovereignty over both the physical internet infrastructure and the non-physical digital space. So as you might imagine, this encompasses things like digital jurisdiction, data sovereignty, and all of those things that y'all have been talking about today. What it does is it creates an overarching way to talk about it. So when the folks in the last panel, somebody put up a really great tribal plan. I was looking at that. So a tribal plan in the future might include a space for the tribe's digital sovereignty plan. So how they plan to enforce and what the codes are, what policies are in agencies, because I can't tell you how many times I've heard somebody saying, oh, I'm applying for a grant, but I don't have enough people to help me. So I popped all of our info into ChatGPT and that wrote it for me. But guess what? They own your data now because there's no tribal policy saying you shouldn't do so. So what we're talking about is kind of the opposite, not the opposite of data sovereignty. Data sovereignty is a part of digital sovereignty, but a lot of times data sovereignty is encompassing all that data that's already produced. It's how it's being used and how it's being protected from the outside. We get a lot of calls from folks at agencies, federal, state, or organizations saying, how do we protect data? Well, it feels like an afterthought at that point for us. That's not the space we're working in. We're working at the tribal level. Okay, what are your codes? What are your policies, et cetera? So that's sort of it in a nutshell. I've certainly got more detailed, but I think that gives a good perspective on it.
Thanks. One of the questions, I'm not sure if this is the right question to ask, but I'll ask it anyway. Indigenous digital sovereignty do you see it as a tool tribes can use to promote and evolve economic systems on reservations?
Absolutely, because we're looking at tribal digital sovereignty as a tool of self-determination, where it's a self-determination policy. Exercising self-determination over the digital ecosystem is actively participating in this process. In fact, it's very interesting. If you noticed, we have the jurisdictional term in there as well, because there are tribes who don't have physical land bases, but they're doing economic development or whatever in virtual spaces. So a lot of this has still to be developed. It's in its infancy, but but absolutely, it's a strong tool, especially if a tribe is proactive in creating the policies, procedures, and codes to enforce it on their lands and or their virtual spaces.
Thank you. I'm going to pivot to Dave Sanders. So Dave, I have two questions for you. Can you briefly explain the research agenda of the research department at the American Indian College Fund? And my second question, how does your research agenda and data collection needs fit within the overarching theme of tribal data sovereignty?
Yeah, so a little bit about our organization, first of all. So I work for the American Indian College Fund. We were created to support tribal colleges and universities and to raise funds for tribal college students. So we were created in 1989 by the American Indian Higher Education Consortium. So as part of that, obviously our work is around Native higher education, specifically describing the work of tribal colleges and universities and their impact on TCU student pathways and success. But we're also in the space of trying to investigate and research American and Alaska Native post-secondary students, generally speaking. So our research agenda is at a number of different levels. First of all, it's at the student level. I can give some examples of some of the research we've done over the last 7 years. The first being TCU alumni outcomes, really taking a look at tribal college student alumni and the work that they're doing after they complete their education at tribal college. We've taken a look at the American Indian Alaska Native college affordability across all types of institutions. We're currently investigating campus climate and sense of belonging for Indigenous scholars. And then within our own organization, through our annual surveys, we're taking a look at scholar needs, challenges, kinds of cultural supports they need, and really to inform our programming and how we support them. At the TCU program level, we just received funding for TCU math pathways and math education pathways at tribal college universities, really working with TCU faculty to support their research around math education, and math pathways, and teaching and learning of mathematics. At the institutional level, we've done an analysis of TCU mission and vision statements, as well as strategic plans to really provide the general audience what TCUs are doing, what their missions are, and how they plan on doing that work. We've done TCU return on investment studies, a pilot study. We've looked at TCU sustainability, TCU student success, and TCU program and review practices. In other words, how are TCUs doing the work in order to support student success? And then finally, we support TCU faculty in a number of different ways and to support their research. One is with dissertation fellowships. We supported over 50 completed dissertations over the last 20 years. We've created a publishing venue for tribal colleges faculty called the Tribal College University Research Journal. It's the first peer-reviewed academic journal specifically designed for TCU faculty research. And then we support the dissemination efforts, whether it's through professional conferences or through our own annual TCU faculty conference. I think the second question is around how does our research agenda fit within tribal data sovereignty? I think for us, it's first of all, I know you've gone through thinking about what that is already. I do want to give a shout out to Stephanie Carol-Rain and Desi Rodriguez-Lohnbear and their work in this and really setting the framework for the rest of us to think about in regards to how we do our work and how it applies to Indigenous data sovereignty and tribal nation, native nation building in general. So there's three things that come to mind for me: data collection, data ownership, and data application. And then the idea that I think the high level ideas that are provided in their work is that Indigenous peoples have the power to determine who should be counted among them, that data must reflect their interests and priorities, and that they dictate the content of the data about them and determine who has access to these data. For us, it's really about, since our work is situated in a TCU context, which is mostly situated in a tribal nation context, and since almost all TCUs are chartered by the tribal nations, we must attend to the tribal nation and TCU data and research protocol. So it's really around paying attention to the IRBs, ensuring that we have appropriate data collection methods, appropriate consenting, appropriate dissemination of that, with the idea that we want to do the most amount of good with the least amount of harm, right? So it's really understanding that they have their needs, that the data is theirs, that we're really guests in regards to having access to their tribal citizens and students, and being able to produce research that I think is beneficial not only to them, but to us, and being able to provide services back to the communities.
Great. Let me ask a quick follow-up. One of the themes of this conference is important, like academic concepts are 10 years old. Tribal data sovereignty is, as a modern academic concept, is 10 years old. 10 years ago, if we asked that same question, how much of this information about TCU research would be available? Are you doing seminal work, which really is like the first of its kind, or is this just building on a large literature that already exists?
Well, I think it's both, right? So we want to harken back to the people who started tribal college universities and really setting the framework for thinking about tribal ownership of higher education, right? The control of the higher ed space. I think that, so we're trying to build on the ideas of some of the earlier academics around like Power and Place, for instance, by Vine Deloria and Dan Wildcat Jr., thinking about this from a values perspective with the 4 R's that I think were early 1990s, right? And really using that as a framework to think about how we approach our participants in the study as well as tribal nations. So all of it makes sense. Around 10 years ago, I don't think you would have seen this kind of research, right? One, because of the capacity of tribal colleges to be able to engage in this kind of work. I think the institutional research capacity was a lot less than what it is now. And there's concerted efforts around data and data systems, right? So easily accessible data. I know AHEC has worked with the tribal colleges to collect data, institution level data, for 15, 20 years. And so access to data is a lot easier, but I think in our regard, a lot of this is seminal because it's cross-institutional. It's looking at things that we probably should have looked at 15, 20 years ago, but for whatever reason are just now embarking on some of those areas. And I mentioned some of the reasons already, and a lot of it has to do with access to data and data capacity.
Excellent. Dave Castillo, you mentioned you're a CEO of a native CDFI. You're busy doing lots of work with clients. You're raising capital for your native CDFI. You're providing credit and financial education and financial services to underserved communities. Yet you feel a need to do research, and obviously you've done some really interesting research. Please tell us what are some research questions that you focused on, and why did you feel a need to be a part of your own, to conduct research on your own?
Well, simply put, the data about our populations are skewed or unknown, and that results in narratives that, in our case, in our industry, in the banking industry, the narratives are just false narratives. Professor Stephanie Freiberg, I'm not sure, I think she's at the University of Michigan. She's enrolled at Tulalip, but she talks about the bias of omission in her research. And that bias of omission combined with the narratives that develop because of the lack of, or the consistency of, or data that's developed by others results in, well, the last election cycle resulted in failing to tally native votes, where pundits opted instead for the label other, right? Mark Trahant has written a little bit about this last election cycle. I don't think we have enough data yet, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. And I think some of the early signs is that the data is confounding. So in terms of what's, that's kind of what we've seen in the recent past, but it's worse than that, because with the rise of artificial intelligence, it's just going to be harder and harder to tell truth from fiction. And Indians in particular have been dealing with misinformation campaigns and misinformation campaigns probably longer than anyone in what's now the US, right? So much so that the nation's Declaration of Independence champions the notion and the term merciless Indian savage, right? So that was an information campaign, at the very beginning, and it continues today. So in the contemporary context, we have a we have a number of high-priced kind of corporate shills promoting their studies that advance false narratives in the area of finance. One narrative that's been put forward is that there just isn't enough reliable data on tribal economies to justify investment by banks. So in the face of that, we decided to do our own research. And our response to those corporate researchers was, we'll give you data. And it's going to be data that clearly shows banks have avoided fulfilling their obligations and compliance with the law. And it's the kind of data that justifies corrective action. And that means really making sure that the regulators see and act on the dereliction of duty that banks have to serve all citizens, including citizens residing on tribal trust lands. Because banks benefit from taxpayer dollars, including taxes paid by natives, that benefit banks with federal bailouts, federal insurance, federal discount windows for their transactions, and yet tribes and native people on tribal trust lands in particular aren't being served. So that was kind of the motivation behind doing our research. And regulators agreed. They put forward new regulations that for the first time include tribal land areas that can affect how banks are sanctioned, both positively and negatively, for how they engage and commit, how they commit capital resources to support economic growth. So that's all to say banks cannot and should not speak for what is or is not possible in Indian country. Tribes need to use their data, set the record straight, and advocate for economic justice. And that's really the baseline that we're trying to start at with the new regulations. We really want to let banks know we're looking at the data and we're going to hold you accountable. Once the new regs get implemented, we want to see where we're at 3 years from now, 5 years from now. And it's important for us to, especially working in this space as a financial institution, to make sure that we have that information at hand so that we can advocate not just for what we do as an organization, but for the tribes that we serve.
Dave Castillo, as a follow-up question, and this is to everyone as well, just let Dave talk first. Dave Castillo. You're obviously, like I mentioned, you're CEO of a native CDFIs. You are, I believe you mentioned you grew up on the Navajo Nation or lived, but there you have a lived, you did great, lived reality perspective that you inject in your research, and maybe, or a boots on the ground, a different perspective than others. Starting with Dave Castillo, how do you see your research benefiting from either your lived experience perspective or your boots on the ground perspective.
Yeah, thanks. So just that correction. So my in-laws are from Navajo, and we're raising our kids off res. But that lived reality is something that's baked into how we've raised the kids, right? I mean, they realize that there's a difference between going back to grandma's house or auntie's and how we live in the city. It's stark. And, even at the tender age of 5, we got the questions and how to kind of wrestle with what that means and how we support family back home versus what we do, in the city. But with regard to that idea of boots on the ground and the importance of it for the research, back when the 2000 census was released, I was speaking to a native demographer who's top in his field. He's a lovely guy. He's like an OG indigenous nerd. When he was young, he was at the occupation of Alcatraz, and but he's definitely a data guy and a professor these days. And I raised the issue with him about the consistent undercount of native populations, and he responded with quite a bit of irritation to me about the question. I'd taken classes with the guy. I'd seen him get fired up a few times, but I could tell he was really irritated about the question. And he said, we're using the very best tools and methodologies known on the planet. I mean, he really kind of went out of his way to let me know that their analysis was second to none. And, he said the count that we achieve is exceptional. And if there are improvements to be made, we'll make them. And I think the thing is, for all his diligence in his work and advising teams at the U.S. Census Bureau, something is missing. And it's the same story I relayed with regard to the first question. We have work that is ours to do that can yield better outcomes. And I was just thrilled to hear about the tribal censuses that were done, because around the time I had this discussion with this professor, there were a number of tribes that decided to challenge the official U.S. Census count. They knew it didn't fully account for their population, so they did their own census that met the standards of the Census Bureau, which again, it's a standard that has to be beyond reproach. So it's a very high standard. And the Bureau conceded that the tribal counts were superior. And that resulted in larger amounts of federal grant dollars, for which the formula relies on census counts. And so I think, the reason I think Kevin's probably been able to market that service is because of the tremendous success that he and others had in challenging the census count. And so that's boots on the ground. That's really, I guess it's consistent with my first answer to the first question, right? In this case, the federal government, whether it's a U.S. Census Bureau or not, cannot and should not determine the needs of Indian country. Tribes need to use their data, set the record straight, and advocate for what they're due. And we've seen it work. So again, that's work for us to do, and we should do it, and we're doing it. So I think this whole symposium is testament to that, and I think that's why it's so important.
Great. Tracy or Dave Sanders?
I want to pop in and say, careful, Dave, you might end up doing what I'm doing. I mean, this is where I started, 15 years ago, there was no data. The lawmakers thought that we didn't want internet in Indian country because there was no data. And I know that the organization I was working for at the time went to Pew Charitable Trust, and Pew is the one who used to do all the broadband studies back in the day. They wouldn't do our surveys. Nobody would do it. We ended up doing our own survey. That's how it started with us as well. And I did one in 2009. That was the first survey of internet access, use, and availability in Indian country. We did it again in 2019 here at AIPI. I popped it in the chat. It's still the standard. I mean, we have all these money, $3 billion invested right now in broadband, but the data that the broadband map is based on is flawed. It's completely flawed data because they don't know how. They're using carrier reported data, which is highly problematic, of course. And so we're actually working with an organization that's creating accurate maps for this space. But it's the same story in all of our situations. If we don't do it ourselves, we don't have the information. And we just, the data sets are poor. AI, yeah, I just echoing everything that Dave said. This is where I started. This is how I got where I'm at, starting 15 years ago. So absolutely.
Dave Sanders, you want to interject?
Yeah, so my take on boots on the ground, I think I situate my response in the notion of relationship building, right? I think boots on the ground allows you the opportunity to create relationships with individuals that you're doing the research with, right? So whether it's tribal college faculty, students, or community members, I think that's super important because one, not only do we get their buy-in and their trust, and two, it gives us the opportunity to do work that hopefully they see as beneficial to them, which then leads to, I think, longer term relationships in the research space, right? So that's one of the benefits of doing research on the ground. I think two is getting back to what Tracy just said, realizing that we have to do the work. We have to create the data, whether it's through survey, design, whether it's through our own systems as well, and trying to figure out how we want to build our data system to collect data that we need so we can tell the story better of our scholars. That's important. And I think the other piece around the relationship building is that what we found, because we're building our own system, for instance, our own data warehouse to house our student data so that we can do research better, right? Because most data systems in the past have just collected demographic data. It's not conducive to quick, efficient research. And so you have to think of ways to devise these systems differently to answer questions. So you got to do it strategically. So since we've been in that space, we've been able to relay this work to tribal college institutional research departments and share ideas about how to create systems that are more efficient, right? So it's not us doing the work, we're doing it in parallel with these institutions. And we think it's really great to be able to trust each other enough and have relationships that are strong enough to help each other through kind of some of these challenges and then to learn from each other. I think the other piece that's important for me anyway, and I think is a benefit to me personally, is being able to do work that not only is a benefit to the organization, to TCUs, but also for my own area. So I'm a math educator. I have my undergraduate degree in mathematics. I did my research in the math education space. So I get to work with tribal college faculty who are in the math education space as well. We're thinking about teaching and learning from a cultural perspective, right? And how do you do that? And so I was able to participate on the ground level at Sitting Bull College, working with tribal elders, first language speakers, language teachers, and K-12 teachers. So bringing all of these folks together in that setting, I think really benefits the research that we do because we can see how they view the research, whether it's a benefit to them and whether or not they should participate. And the hope is that, again, the product is beneficial to everyone involved.
Yeah, in case the audience is unaware, this is part of the kind of roundtable part of the panel. We're just gonna really dig into the unique perspectives of these three researchers. I'm going to ask another kind of follow-up question, a little off the agenda, but you've all talked about data and we talked about just doing it yourself. But there is a federal government, tribe to tribe, government to government relationship that a lot of data is held by the federal government. And so I know especially in the broadband space. So my question, it's not just the federal government, but is there any type of data that presently is not, but would be critical to the needs of not just your research, but to the needs of tribal communities that you're researching? Is there, just specific data, if you were king for a day, what kind of information would you ideally ask for? So I know I'm going to ask Dave Castillo because I know he's in the past mentioned the need for data from banks. So Dave, do you have any comments?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, that study that I mentioned that one of the banks commissioned was just basically saying, look, we want tribes to do a full kimono. We want to see it all, right? We want full transparency in terms of how tribal governments are operating, the financial position, not just the government, but all their enterprises. And only until we get access to that data will we make a determination on how we can invest. And my thought was, hold on a second. Tribes as governments are not regulated. Banks are the ones that are regulated. You're the ones that are required to collect, analyze, and allow your regulator to determine if you're not doing a good job. So my wish, if I was king for a day, would be to make the banks bleed data profusely, so that we can really zero in on where their interests lie and where their investments are, and why, for goodness sakes, the investment in AI is I think by one count almost $1 trillion, and there's no known return, economic return for that at this point. It's just anticipation, and yet there's not a willingness to take a risk of helping to develop tribal economies by making investments and looking at the data there. So yeah, if I were king for a day, I'd make the banks bleed data profusely.
Yeah, I think in my space, I'd love to see data on American and Alaska Native college graduates, employment data, as well as wage earnings data. I think that would be super beneficial. Where are they working? What are they doing? How are they giving back to the tribal nations? I think that would be great data. Additionally, I'd love to see if we couldn't have a data set that's cohesive, that provides information about all our students at the K-12 level. I think that would be amazing. And then really to see whether or not early language learning impacts educational success for our Native students. I think those would all be great data sets.
Excellent. Tracy?
So pretty granular. Most recent data set I wish we had was, you all may know there was a program that was set up during the pandemic, Affordable Connectivity program, which offset the cost of, it was a subsidy for broadband, and that ended this year. And the FCC has released data for all the states, counties, and zip codes in May, but to date, they've not released the tribal data. And we have asked them, we've actually done a resolution from National Congress of American Indians calling for them to release that data. I literally spoke to the FCC folks a week ago, or a week and a half ago at NCAI, and they said, well, what is it you want? I'm like, I want the data. Release the tribal data. You've released everything else. Tell us, how this impacted tribes. It's maybe small, but we saw that program is a sustainability program for a lot of the networks that are being built now with some of the other funding. So, that's just one example, but we call on them and they won't, and we've asked them specifically and they haven't released it to date. So.
Tracy, there's a comment in the Q&A, or a question in the Q&A I'd like to ask. It's a good time to just ask you that. Can Tracy repeat what type of data she said that she said was being collected for broadband? So you mentioned a little prior to this that there's FCC maps, and you were kind of correcting the errors with like ground truth data.
So there is so in that particular example, we were talking about a national map for broadband, which has incomplete data because it's based on carrier reported data. So the AT&Ts and the T-Mobiles and such, they self-report whether or not they cover an area based on their own arbitrary definitions. So they might serve one household in a zip code and not serve any others, and they call it fully covered. But there are a number of broadband data sets. In fact, you can go to internetforall.gov, and all of the broadband data sets for tribal, it can be searched by state, tribe, county, project, however. And there's, I think, last count, there was at least 15 data sets from different types of programs that are providing broadband, or that tribes have applied to put broadband in their own communities. So it's a pretty significant bunch of data. We just downloaded it and are getting ready to do a project on, we're actually going to do a project on that public data. So we can at least, it's all baseline data it's pre-funding for it's pre all of that funding that brought in money for broadband. So it's a really great data set to work from because it'll set the baseline for anything coming after that. So
Great.
I hope that
Look
answers
forward
the
to
question.
Oh, absolutely. Look forward to reading that. So one of the overarching themes also of your really disparate research agendas is a desire to help evolve economic systems on tribal communities. And so, how do you're obviously more than just researchers, but how do you think of research, your research, or just research in general? How do you think of research as productive ways to help evolve, these economic systems on reservations? Dave Castillo, do you mind going first?
Yeah, well, it seems that so much of what tribal governments do is reactionary. A lot of too much maybe crisis management within an environment that's, I think, too often defined by scarcity. And the fact is there's abundance within our grasp if only we could navigate towards it. So for us as a Native CFI, a Native-led, Native-staffed organization of finance professionals, our first job, of course, is to serve tribes and tribal members with access to capital for homes and small businesses. And that requires a certain level of expertise around not just financial products, but the data and the policy that drives how the financial industry works. And it's not working as it should for Indian country. Our financial system, like democracy, is not inevitable. Just because it exists in some form doesn't mean it's perfected or that it'll offer what is needed all the time. It's vulnerable, right, to corruption, fraud, manipulation. And these systems, again, aren't inevitable. They require us to engage, to maintain them, to evolve them, to recognize the dark tendencies that they might harbor. Again, they require us to engage, particularly when would-be bad actors damage really the noble outcomes these systems are capable of. In those cases, especially when they're bad actors, or maybe just, in my case, banks that aren't paying attention or actively avoiding certain tribes. In those cases, we're really duty bound to stand up, speak up, and say no. That approach is inconsistent with the letter and the spirit of the law. And we need to do the work to ensure these systems don't provide outsized benefits to just a privileged few. So tribal governments are vital, and they should rightly lead and govern tribal nations. But I think likewise, it's good and proper for Native-led organizations to serve tribal interests and offer any and all assistance that we can to help advance tribal sovereignty and tribal economies. The difference is that whereas tribal governance has been in place since before first contact, right, since time immemorial, we, Native CFIs, we're relatively new, a new part of the tribal economy. And our work at NCC is to advance mortgage lending and homeownership on tribal trust lands, but also to help support the continuous building of the ecosystem of Native-led organizations that can provide a broader spectrum of financial services. For example, we spun off another Native-led nonprofit and sold them our small dollar debt consolidation loan portfolio. But we need more. We need others to offer micro and small business loans, others to serve as secondary market alternatives. Just yesterday, I had the privilege of talking strategy with a Native-led private equity investor. So there is abundance. And so our work, again, is to help navigate towards it and then use it to advance tribal sovereignty and to help rebuild tribal economies.
I'll jump in. I have to agree with Dave that so often we're in a reactive state to what's going on. I'm excited about what we're doing in the digital ecosystem because we're no longer in a space that's reactive. We've been here since the get-go on the development of this broadband, of this infrastructure, this new utility, for lack of a word. We have a 30-year history in this space, and many tribes have been involved, making sure that we had a seat at the table as this new utility has been developed. You know, we have to remember that all of the activities we now do rest on whether or not we have connectivity, whether it's education, whether it's governance, whether it's economic development, whether it's banking. If you don't have access to this, you're not participating. You're not part of the economy. You're not part of the world today in a lot of ways. So I'm super excited because as I watch all this money being invested in this space, we're at the same space as everybody else, every other community, state, you know, county. We're all vying for the same people. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the training, we don't have the knowledge, but we're all starting from the same place. I don't know that we've ever been in that space in Indian country. We were there from the get-go, and it's an exciting place to be. That's why I have hope. I don't think we're gonna cross the digital divide by any means, but I think we're gonna make a heck of a dent in it. And I think that we're going to be, and when I talk about tribal digital sovereignty, I'm talking about having a proactive stance from a tribal perspective on how to develop this, however the tribe wants to. And so I think that proactive space gives us a lot of latitude if we just jump in, and you know, I think it's going to get even better because, you know, we are a young population. We know that about Indian country. Our generation, my generation, we're the Gen Xers, man, small but mighty, you know, but there weren't a lot of us that got higher degrees or that came into these spaces. So we have to bring up that next generation, get those millennials and Zs and all of them in this space. And, you know, you got to remember, a lot of these are native digital natives. They're going to get it. And so, I'm excited for what's going to come, and I think we're in a time where we can make a huge dent based on, hopefully these folks can, you know, jump into the spaces that we're creating, all three of us on this panel, because I think we're trying to create space and create that foundation so that they've got the data that they need to get started.
Yeah, I think this is a hard question for me to answer. I'm a little removed from the tribal economic sphere with the work that I do, but I think when I think about the work that we do with tribal college faculty and TCUs, I'm often wondering about the relationship between the tribes themselves and the institutions, because I feel like sometimes they're adversarial. There's a lot of politics, and the question for me is really centered around the idea of thinking about each other differently. Like, how can tribes think about tribal college faculty, for instance, not just as teachers, but as researchers? A lot of these folks have PhDs and they're experts in their area. So why can't tribes take advantage of that? I keep thinking about these, for instance, the education departments at TCUs. They have PhD faculty who could study the educational system on their tribal lands and provide, you know, best practices and approaches to teaching and learning that's, you know, not coming from the typical institution. So why don't we think about each other differently to learn about how we can benefit from each other's work and really strategize for the future? I think TCUs have a lot to offer with their faculty in the spaces. Let's think of them as researchers, not just instructors.
Excellent. So we have 10 minutes left, which is a good time to focus our attention on some of the Q&A questions from the audience. So to the best of your ability, these are obviously very fresh questions to all of us. I think there's one that's really interesting, and I think almost, even though it pertains to CDFIs, I think everyone might have an opinion. So this particular audience member wrote, I am an undergrad student writing a research thesis on female leadership in financial inclusion in tribal communities, especially in CDFIs. I'm hoping to use appropriate and accurate data to measure this representation and impact, but I'm hesitant to use data on the internet because of historical misrepresentation and misinformation. Where is the best place to find data for tribal research? So, okay, Tracy.
So I'm not going to speak specifically to CDFIs. I'm going to speak specifically to doing research on tribal communities and tribal and that whole issue. So you've got to work with a good library. When here because it's not internet searches that you're going to find it. I often find that myself. It's like if it's not on the internet, it doesn't exist. That's not true. I have 3 giant notebooks of analog stuff just like over to my right of stuff that is very hard to find on the internet because we're actually getting to it. We have a new transition happening with a new president. That means that all of these federal data sites that we're using data from right now, they're gone in another 2 months. They will come back in a different place with a different link and a different way to access them. So we have to be able to work within a good library system with a good librarian who can help you with the different search terms, because in Indian, when you're studying Indian issues and Native issues, you've got to be able to use different searches. And I'm sure that Dave is going to speak to this as well. You've got to be able to use different search terms. You have got to be able to have somebody who can get into federal documents and who can get into other library systems that can bring you that information. So technically it's on the internet, but it's how do you find it and where on the internet. So we have a tremendous law library here where they have pulled amazing info for us. We also have the Labriola Center for American Indian Data, which is run by this tremendous Native librarian, Alex Soto, who's doing amazing work in the data sovereignty space right now. So you have to find your people that can help you do your research at your school. It's not all on you. There are people there to help you. That is their job, and they love doing it. They love doing it because not enough people ask them. So I'll leave it there because I'm betting Dave's got some good thoughts.
Yeah, I would say, it's really important to kind of get a sense of, what the question is, right? Are you doing qualitative data? Are you doing, quantitative analysis? Are you doing a case study? Are you, looking at metadata? Is it a longitudinal study? But you mentioned women in leadership, and right away, I mean, Skye Ducheneau, Lakota Vogel, Akitan, and Four Bands. And there's a number of women leaders in the CDFI space that, I think the first thing you want to do is, hey, I've got this question, I've got this idea, how would you direct me? And what kind of data do you have that maybe you need looked at so that, I could benefit, your work? I would definitely, go to those leaders and make sure that the research that you're doing is helpful to someone like a Lakota or Skya, and so many others that are doing this work. And maybe start there.
Great. Dave Sanders, there's obviously tribal data gaps, but that means there's tribal research gaps. We have a young student on this call who's curious to get your perspective on entering this, challenging space of doing Indigenous research given the history of misinformation. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think reach out. I think organizations like ours try to support young scholars. I do a lot of work with other Native organizations, and we bring in graduate students to help us with the work. I also have created a post-baccalaureate fellowship program here at the College Fund, bringing in a young person who might be interested in working for a nonprofit. We teach them how to do program evaluation, conduct research, data collection, all of that stuff, with the hopes of furthering their education at the master's level. So I think there's opportunities there with Native organizations, especially nonprofits. I do think there's room in the TCU space for young budding researchers. So I think there's opportunities there. It's just a matter of reaching out, I think, and making those connections to individuals.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left. I think this is a good time to have our 3 speakers provide some closing comments. So talked about a bunch of things, like what's next on your research agenda? What are some things that you want to just like remind the audience to, when we think of your research, what are some of those like key important, like, you know, overarching themes that you want the audience to remember? However you want to end your session. Let's just do a couple minutes for each panelist. What are some closing thoughts?
Yeah,
We'll start with Dave Castillo.
Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, thanks, guys. So yeah, we do have a second headlining and reservation study that's coming together through Native Nations Institute. They're a good organization to work with. We really appreciate the work they've been doing. But I think my last comment is really more direct, and you know, given kind of what just happened with this election cycle, I think it's caused a lot of reflection. So my comment has more to do with purpose, right? And purpose not so much as something specific to achieve, like we want to generate this much cash for this type of development on tribal trust lands, but the idea of purpose as an attitude that we can move forward in this time. I don't need to get too personal, but within this last month, one of my uncles and one of my aunts passed away, and two of our staff members similarly had loved ones that they lost, all within the month. And you know, when that happens, I think we realize that that's something that's been stable, something beautiful, something important, something consistent is gone, and it shakes us. But I think we have to remember that beauty is still there. It's still here. It's with us, right? We're the legacy, and the burdens that were carried by those who came before us, those are ours now. Those are ours to carry. And so I think the right purpose again isn't just getting kind of that next metric. We need to carry those burdens as well, if not better. And this shared work that we're doing, that we've been talking about, that's all part of it. So again, obviously today, a lot of Americans are feeling that same potential loss of our democracy. So it's kind of like a wake-up call, right? Heal your wounds, take care of each other, and let's get back to work. And let's not forget where we're convening the symposium, right? In Minnesota. And I don't know if there's a Dakota speaker on the line, if I said that right or not, but yeah, that's kind of the birthplace of the Red Power movement. So, you know, remember people like Clyde Delacourt and Dennis Banks. I think in one of these last symposiums, I told Casey that maybe we should end the symposium with the AIM song, but you know, I mean, there's a lot of different ways that we organize. And I think it's important not to forget the past, right? Whether it's the occupation of Alcatraz, how Richard Oakes and other organized there. I mean, I don't think any of us want another standoff like we did in 73 or even the standoff at Fort McDowell in 92. But I think we need to remember that there were fishings, there were water rights fights, there were voting rights fights. And so the question today is, how will we organize and advocate in this time? Data has always played a role, especially at the standoff at Fort McDowell in 92, when the tribes and the state came together. There was a lot of data that was looked at what the state had done to support tribal citizens in Arizona. So I think it's always been there. And I think, you know, based on this symposium, the work of the Center for Indian Country Development and everyone that's been speaking on the symposium, I think we're a lot stronger today. I think we're more focused on policy and law and data. But the fact is we've got some formidable challenges ahead. I think it'll be really hard times for tribes in the next 4 years. But just like in eras past, we've got to organize and come together. So yeah, I don't know, maybe we end this with the AIM song and rewrite at dawn, everyone. So Godspeed, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We just have 30 seconds for each speaker. So Dave Sanders.
I will try to take 15 seconds. I would say research is all about strategizing, right? You just don't want your research to sit down, you know, be put on a shelf and no one use it. I think you're building a foundation for others that will follow you. So it's important to continue to ask questions, the questions that you want to answer, and to provide methods to be able to answer those kinds of questions. So I'll stop there. 15 seconds, Tracy.
Great job, Tracy.
So I would just say that I've already talked a little bit about the project that we're going to be doing for the Internet Society on the data. I would say please pay attention to the space, the Center for Tribal Digital Sovereignty, links in the thing. This is that new project that we're doing with the National Congress of American Indians. I think you're going to see a lot of I think over the next year, you're going to see a lot of great work coming out of this space. We just got our first $1 million for this spot, and so we're starting the work, and look forward to telling you more about it in future panels. So thank you.
Great. Well, I want to thank all our speakers. I appreciate that you joined this panel, and I want to pass the mic over to our next moderator, Karen Diver.
Karen Diver coming to you from Minnesota. I am a citizen of the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, and currently work at the University of Minnesota. Thank you for joining our panel today, Tribal Governments panel, the work of being sovereign. This is where the rubber meets the road on taking this data and making decisions for our communities. What do we need? How do we use it? What are some of the challenges and the opportunities and innovation happening across Indian country? I'm going to call out our panelists. If you could please briefly introduce yourself, please. Governor, will you go first?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Governor Reggie Wasney with the Cheyenne Arapaho Tribes of Oklahoma.
Dustin?
Bonjour, my name is Pam Wittenko, or Dustin in English. I'm an enrolled member of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation of Mayetta, Kansas, but also a community member of the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. So I live in Brainerd, Minnesota. I'm broadcasting from Grand Rapids, Minnesota. So a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Estacio.
Pachwai, Inknashwai Estacio. My name is Estacio Beltran. I serve as Partnership Advisor in the Office of Strategic Partnerships. I'm a Tolteca Mexica and was raised on the Yakima Nation Reservation.
Thank you for all bringing your diverse opinions from your perspective around data. This panel will explore more about how tribal governments and tribal entities and those that are seeking to serve these institutions are using data and how they're innovating it. We're going to talk about data challenges, and then what does the future look like in terms of database decision making and how we use that to tell our stories and be advocates. I am going to start with the governor. Talk to us a little bit about the role of data in evaluating your government services and how you focus on innovative data uses, such as utilizing car registration data in new ways.
Thank you. You know, the tribes use a lot of data for providing services, new services. We look at areas of housing, of course, car data, as you spoke of, because when we sell our tags or we issue tags, we know where people live. We know the concentration of maybe where they need housing, they need better benefits. Kids may need there may be more kids there in that area. There may be more elders. And we do have the tags broken down into elders, veterans, handicap, farm tags, all those things. So we can see, even just like a farm tag, how many people are buying farm tags that live on farms? How many people are getting handicap tags that are handicapped? So data with the tribe, whether we're providing health, whether we're providing clothing vouchers, school clothing vouchers, whether we're trying to do infrastructure projects, new water lines, all these things that tribes look at, even new business development. We need to know where to expand, where to build. Is there infrastructure there? Are there utilities there? Is there water there? Can we put water there? So data is greatly used to find out where the concentration is of people, not only through car tags, through enrollment, of course, where the heavily populated counties are, where the elders live, where our youth are staying. And a lot of times that's how we judge where we're going to provide services or where we're going to take our services or what kind of new services that we need, because data is everywhere in the tribe. And that's how we focus and turn our attention to what new services are needed and how are we going to get those services there. And even in the casinos, the data is used, where the players live, who's visiting, so all those things are critical when tribes make their assessment on where are they going to take new programs or how are they going to provide services and how are they going to get there, because we cover 11 to 13 counties in Northwest Oklahoma. So even that data is critical on how we're going to get where we need to be to provide services in such a large area.
That's really interesting that you're doing something that's really just a fundamental role of government, providing license registration and using that to kind of extrapolate not only like geospatial information, but population data, future development opportunities, gaps in services. So it sounds like you're really kind of mining a very basic set of government services and being able to get a really broad picture from that data set.
Yes, we have to understand where our people are. We have to understand through the census data where these towns and these locations for jobs for people, for even our own potential of creation of jobs. Let's say we wanted to do a casino. We're not going to put it somewhere in the middle of nowhere where people can't visit or be entertained. So even those areas, even if we look at our population growth, where are people moving to? What are our largest towns? Because in some of the communities and some of the counties, the tribes are the largest employers. I mean, we can get that data through the Census Bureau, through the Department of Commerce, and we can look and say we provide 300 jobs in this county, and there's no other manufacturing business or anybody who provides that. So probably in 2 or 3 counties, the tribes are the largest employers. So we do know that maybe we need housing there. Maybe we need to open up a food pantry. Maybe we need to increase our infrastructure. Maybe we need to make sure we have water to rural areas or electric, or maybe that the soil types are that will be compatible to some type of wastewater extraction and those type of things. But we do use data. Very prevalent in anything the tribe does. Specifically, we want to carry out assistance or new programs. I mean, we want to locate where the elders are. We want to find out, are they driving? Are they staying at home? What's their needs? What's their diets? What's their health? Do we have IHS facilities located in those areas that we can transport them to? Or if there is an emergency, is there any local hospitals or anything that we can provide them with? So we even have a mobile health unit that we take out to some of the smaller areas, because we know that there's only a certain amount of people there, or there is a lot of elders in that area who's lived in those cities or communities for over 30, 40 years of their lives. So we know that where the attention needs to be centered around. So data is important, even with the tribe's own economic structures, our oil and gas reserves, what is our tax generated severance taxes from oil and gas companies. All those things are very important to the tribe, and that's all through data, the resources of knowing how to use your data.
Justin, the governor was really talking about how data paints a picture, the functions between government and decision making and economics and health, to look at a real picture. To that end, your work with Mille Lacs Ventures and as a leader in the community, it's not always about the numbers. Sometimes it's also about qualitative data and those things that are important to Indian country is really around wellness. How do you use non-financial data to actually show how robust the numbers, the stories that they tell?
Yeah, well, I think it's important for me to first kind of level set the role I've played in Mille Lacs and how we kind of work in conjunction with the Mille Lacs Band and the tribal government. And so the organization I work for is called Mille Lacs Corporate Ventures, which we are essentially the business arm of the tribe. And so we were founded under the premise that we really had kind of a triple bottom line. And so the triple bottom line for us are people. So we were created as an instrument to create jobs and opportunities for Mille Lacs Band members and other American Indians and people that kind of live within the geography of the tribe's territory. The second reason is profit. We're an instrument that has tribal enterprises that generate profit that distribute our profits back to the tribe. And then the third was all around placemaking. And the tribe really envisioned us to build a beautiful place and an economic place that would drive quality of life for both tribal members as well as people kind of living across the Mille Lacs tribal economy. And so I think for us, we kind of have zeroed in on having data and information kind of inform how we engage specifically within place. And so I think there's a host of different ways that we've kind of done that in the past. I don't know if this is where Karen, you kind of envisioned me kind of sharing a little about how we look at kind of the place that is Mille Lacs, or if this is a good point.
Yeah, I think this would be a good point.
Okay. Yeah. And so one of the things I think we've done kind of as an enterprise is so this is kind of the geography around Mille Lacs. And so one of the first things we did is just defining what the Mille Lacs tribal economy is. And we're able to kind of zero in and capture some really cool data, I think, around what their tribal economy is. And within there, we were able to capture data over time. And one area that we really zeroed in on, I think, was labor force participation, which from there, that data point kind of helped us kind of surmise what us as a tribal organization that operates these enterprises, how we can play a role really in the cumulative well-being of the full tribal economy. And once we had that data, we also started kind of getting specific around like what is the Mille Lacs tribal economy and what makes it tick. And so we're able to grab data that basically pulls together the different industry makeup, I think, of the Mille Lacs tribal economy compared to the rest of rural Minnesota. And we're able to kind of surmise that accommodation and food services were really a key component of our tribal economy, which there's many positive things to having an economy that's based on kind of those industries, I think, and there's also some negatives of it that those industries are highly volatile. They often carry non kind of benefits jobs and are very seasonal in nature. And so we kind of walk through a host of different ways that we kind of looked at the health of the tribal economy. And it really jumped in to the way that we engage with this data around engaging with people within the tribal economy. And we've really zeroed in on how can we as a tribal corporation help improve workforce participation. And I think we've zeroed in on workforce housing and childcare and transportation as kind of some of those key components of it.
It's really interesting how much like the licensing data that the governor talked about, you're able to really kind of populate a really full picture of all of the components it takes to really have a robust, more or less like set the table so that your initiatives and the ideas you're looking can find fertile ground. Because you're talking about basic infrastructure, right? I mean, you can't build a new business if you don't have a workforce, if their families don't have childcare. And so all of those things really help you identify how to start from a healthier place.
Yeah, I think like really looking at holistically as economic development as a tool to not just build the economic reality of the Mille Lacs tribal economy and the health of the tribe, but holistically kind of look broader out around the whole kind of region.
what I like about that, and both of the stories of what you've shared is it's an Indigenous way of looking at wellness in the community, right? It isn't profit for profit's sake or data gathering for being grant driven. It's really connecting all of those pieces and promoting wellness in the community from a really global balcony level. Estacio, so you work at Department of Interior as well as Native Americans and philanthropy, and we know that, you know, philanthropy loves data. A lot of the ways they look at how they deploy their resources is this a good bet? Is this something that's worth investment? Um, what can you talk about a little bit about philanthropy and tribal data usage and how that industry, philanthropy, perceives Indian country, and what it would view as a successful applicant?
Thank you for that question, Karen. Thank you for the time to speak here on this panel. So I want to start by introducing a little bit about the office that I work for. I am a Native Americans and Philanthropy employee, but I'm on assigned detail to the Department of Interior to launch this new Office of Strategic Partnerships. And the office has three areas of focus. We are focused on Native-led conservation, Native-led economic development, and Native-led language revitalization. And data, of course, is the through line that touches all of these components. What got me started on this line of work and really the critical part that public-private partnerships play in weaving the data together to create not just a good picture for philanthropy, to understand the needs of a community and how that community chooses to address those needs, but also the needs of the federal government to really evaluate what the big picture looks like and what the needs are of Indian country. So it's a through line that touches everything. And for those data people that are on this listening to this webinar, you already know that. For tribal leaders, I think it's important, and I'm really glad that others in the panels before have spoken to the real danger and the fear that sometimes tribal leaders have around data sovereignty and the need to protect it, and how it can also be weaponized against our communities. So there's a real history there that has to be grappled with in order for us to understand the context of data and why it's so important. I got started in this work when we were looking, I was working for a philanthropic organization, and we were looking at what we could really do to mitigate the missing and murdered Indigenous women's issue. And after meeting with several of the organizations that were working on this, we realized that there was a common theme, and the thread was that, at that moment when our relatives needed to call for help, there was no signal that could be sent out, because a lot of the places where some of these these horrible incidents take place are in areas where there is no either cell phone signal or broadband signal. And so that sort of pushed us to go in about and start to really map out the areas of service where there's connectivity, both on the reservation and the areas immediately surrounding it. And so we started measuring our own connectivity, mapping out where there were cell phone towers, where there was Wi-Fi, and where there wasn't. And through that collaboration, we were able to form the Broadband Action Team, a local team that was part of a partnership with the local philanthropic organization, and then the Washington State Department of Commerce, and of course, the Yakama Nation. And we went about doing our own speed testing, because as Tracy Morris pointed out earlier, when you leave it up to internet service providers who are looking to compete against other enterprises, tribal enterprises, they're not going to report the data as accurately as they could. We found instances where internet service providers were literally just dropping a roll of wire out in the field and saying, we're already servicing that because we have a project that started there, and we're already working to provide service in that area. And so when we would apply for federal and state resources to help improve our connectivity for the safety and security of our women and girls and people, we kept getting rejected because they said that the internet was already in existence there and that it was too fast. So we pulled together with community members and we partnered with local businesses. Every Starbucks would send their cups home with a little flyer that instructed people on how to take a speed test when they got to their house. We partnered with other local organizations that, again, were supportive of the community and wanted to make sure that we were reporting accurate data for what really needed to be connected, the areas of connectivity that we needed to work on. And through that work, we're very proud that at one point there were more speed tests coming out of the Yakima Nation than anywhere else in the state of Washington. And through that, we were able to, with our own data and working in collaboration with the Washington State Department of Commerce, we were able to present that data to the Senator Patty Murray, and she went to the FCC, and just 9 days later, was able to reverse some of those decisions that prevented federal and state dollars from coming to the nation so that we could expand our connectivity and improve the safety and well-being of our women and girls. And so, you know, data is the through line and the connective tissue for all of these issues: economic development, safety and security, understanding, you know, how to leverage federal resources. When Secretary Holland goes to her colleagues in the cabinet and says housing is a problem on Indian country, we need more housing. How do you quantify that? How do we know how many houses we need? What type of homes do we need? All of that information is critical to then be able to put like a price tag on it so that the federal government understands the size and scope of the issue and then how to go about trying to correct it. And so I think for the tribal leaders listening, I want to say that, you know, no one needs to know your data, but you do. And if you don't know your data, I think we're at a strategic disadvantage. And historically, as communities, we have always understood the our own internal data. And there are codices, at least for my communities, that date back, you know, thousands of years to articulating exactly not just the size of our community, but the needs and other census valuable information that we always gathered to ensure that we were connected to those people and our relationship and understood our relationship and responsibilities to the land.
Thank you so much. There's some common themes that are coming out of all of your responses. And one of them was, you know, how do we address data challenges and what we still need to create to fill in some of those pieces so that governments can really use their sovereignty in the best way to serve their citizens. Dustin brought up about engagement, and from what the governor talked about, I mean, you're collecting some rather personal things under the guise of, you know, vehicle data and being able to really extrapolate a lot of things. It's hard in Indian country to get our folks sometimes. I mean, we've struggled even with just the census, right? We fear in some ways the government, whether it's our own government or Big Brother government in, you know, Great White Father in DC, because that's been weaponized against us. How do you communicate, Governor, with your own community around the importance and how you use this and how you will protect them, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's data use agreements? What are those conversations like? What do you talk about?
You know what you said is true, and it is in Indian country. You know, even in my own family, my mom didn't want to do things because she didn't want anybody to know her personal information. My uncle was the same way, you know, and you can go further than that. And sometimes some of our tribal relatives and our families, they use one address to get all their information, or maybe they'll use 2 or 3 addresses. So it does get confusing on where people live. So when you talk to our tribal members and say, we need this data, and a lot of times we have to express that it's for services. It could be for health services. It could be for community centers. It could be for roads. It could be for a lot of things that the tribe always needs and has to repair or replace or make usable. So we do have to talk to our elders and say, this information will not be used. It'll be you'll be a number and you won't be a person, so that we can understand that 10 of these elders in this community all have the same need. But a lot of times we have to use numbers for a person, and we can't use names because people feel if their name is on a document, people are going to read it. It's going to get out in the community, or it's going to get out on the internet or Facebook or however it is. So you have to understand that you have to tell them and educate them that we're not going to use your name. We're going to use a situation that says that Mary Smith has a condition in this city, in this town, and these health issues are what arises out of there. And sometimes there's an outbreak in certain things, whether you're talking about cold, flu in certain areas. So you always have to pinpoint anything to these communities, but you do have to try to tell them as best as possible and educate them that their name will not be used, whether you're doing an in-home survey or an online survey or any of those type of things, that your name will not be used, and more or less they're a number, because if you want to provide better services and give them better assistance, they have to fill those forms out, or they have to get online and do those surveys, because it is important and critical that the tribes get out there and provide these critical assistance and services to our people who might be sitting at home struggling.
Thank you. Justin, the governor was talking really about aggregate data versus disaggregated data, right? One of the assurances we can give our citizens is that we're using your stories to tell our story about what the government needs. But in some ways, the work you're doing, you really need the disaggregated data because you're trying to find a good match, whether it's for economic development or identifying pieces of the puzzle that might be missing. Can you talk a little bit about your data usage and how you get what you need when you have these limitations?
Yeah, I think so. With probably many people on the call today, there's many people that are in rural communities that are sparsely, populated, and grabbing data from a census or other areas may be challenging just because of the size of the amount of data that's available. And so from our perspective, we often try to find different sources and piece together like different uses. Estacio brought up broadband, which I thought was fabulous. And part of our thinking in even broadband has been, it's not just about the data, but it's also understanding and best leveraging the data to tell the story and to be able to tell the story to either the community or the policymakers that you're trying to inform some type of investment or some type of an action about. And I have an example of how we've been kind of using data to inform like future investments around the health of our workforce. And so we've been our businesses are in about 35 to 60 miles away from large population centers in Minnesota. And so we draw a heavy amount of our workforce into our casinos and all of our different enterprises. And so we've been trying to figure out ways that we can compete as a large employer for that workforce, and to understand kind of some of the challenges around transportation for people coming into Mille Lacs. And so one way that we've been kind of defining and using data is around best defining the problem first. And so we have this model. It's gonna I'm a visual guy, if you can't tell, so I'm gonna show a quick visual here on some information, kind of helping use data up front on what are the available sources out there and how can we get smart about data that's currently out there that maybe we're not gathering firsthand information first, but we're gathering from all the different sources, whether it's census related information, or in Minnesota, we have the Department of Employment and Economic Development that has a whole host of different kind of tools out there, and using that to kind of get smart first. And then the second kind of step was like, what are the qualitative and quantitative data that we maybe want to gather firsthand and get out and kind of map the ecosystem and start gathering the information. And then we define kind of the problem. Then it's like, let's figure out the kind of solution in there. And for us in transportation, I have a couple of visuals where we were able to grab like information that's publicly available in Minnesota to look at the amount of jobs within certain census tracts, to kind of, in the little red stars are where our primary economic kind of businesses, our casinos are. And we were able to kind of layer in the next step, again, all publicly available information that we can gather kind of out there, what the working age population is by density. And then layer in kind of where's the unemployment rates across kind of the different census tracts. And the kind of final one of the analysis was like, where do we draw our current employees from, and kind of again help us understand kind of the problem at hand, and help make informed decisions. The type of solution that we develop, whether it's I think so oftentimes, like, I'll be in different economic development circles and people will bring up, we need a bus service, or we need XYZ for transportation. And our way of looking at things is, do we understand what the problem is first? And maybe rather than jumping to like a complex solution that may take many different stakeholders in there, we kind of step back and say, let's build the fact base first. Let's understand the information out there and use data to really help inform kind of the decisions we want to make, and people we want to bring into the table.
Estaquio, as you've been engaging with folks around strategic partnerships, has there been anything that has kind of risen to the top in terms of data that would help tribes tell that story, that would impact either federal investment, tribal, or philanthropy? Dustin gave great examples of some of the data they're collecting, but are there any themes that have come out from your conversations?
Karen, none that haven't already been discussed in the previous panels and conversations. That fear and concern about the sovereignty of our data, and then the different ways to mitigate that. There's incredible contracts out there that people have made available to Indian countries, so that if anybody's interested in really securing that data, I guess through legal terms, there's templates that can be followed. But I want to take a moment to talk about what the future looks like, because as Native people, we're supposed to be thinking about 7 generations forward, right? And if you do the math, taking into account, what our average lifespans were, before some of these terrible impacts of colonization, we're looking at the year 2583 for the 7th generation. 2583, like, what does that even look like? What will our children's children be doing at that time? Will we still have, pen and paper? Will there be flying cars? Like, I don't know. I can't even see, but I do know that our people are still going to be here, and that the needs of our community will still need to be told. And so I think we're in a moment of shift here, as all these conversations around data sovereignty are percolating. What I've been noticing as I speak with leaders in this space is the real need for data sovereignty to look like a native compute system and native servers that reside within native land and are able to sort of safekeep not just any of our tribal information that tribes wish to share, so that it can be stored more safely in a place like that, but also so that we could use it to really better understand our own internal data and growth, and sort of also to preserve some of the work that we want to save in a digital space for the future, and to sort of transmit some of that data in a digital way that future generations will be able to sift through, to help understand really what we were going through in this moment, and to hopefully help them make sense of how that resulted in the people that they will become, or that they will be then. And so I think the next conversation is, what does the future of real data sovereignty look like in a complete native sense of the word? And I think those are conversations that are very exciting and that are happening now. And it is the work of our generation to really figure out, what does that future look like? And to really help our elders come along and explain to them how some of their fears are very well founded. And I don't think that my elders will ever let me go without, pen and paper, and will always tell me that that is still the best, the best way to write things down. And I will not disagree. But I also think we have a responsibility to start communicating with that 7th generation, and to communicate our hope for them and for their existence, and to leave for them a digital resource that expands the footprint of our existence for them. And I also think, we've all heard the stories of elders on reservations that, get so mad because Walmart or Target, continue to send them ads for like baby clothes or baby supplies. And they're like, there's no one that's pregnant in our household, but they just were unaware that Walmart and Target had more data about their household, and that knew that certain products were not being ordered and that other products were being ordered through the mail, and that lo and behold, that indicates that there was a birth expected there, and the stores knew that information before our elders did. And so I think that those kinds of narratives make them feel very uncomfortable. But once you explain to them how that information was figured out, then they understand the simplicity of that context.
Well, if there was ever an example of controlling your own narrative from using data, I mean, we can look at this past election and some of the things that were out there around Native American voting, right? They didn't have big enough samples. They extrapolated in ways that ended up could potentially be harmful to Indian country. I'm an economist by training, and we have a famous line, right? Figures don't lie, but liars figure. And so, controlling data is about controlling those stories, right? Um, Dustin, if you had a magic wand, what would improve data? How would that help you look at the various business strategies that you would promote for your employer, Mille Lacs Corporate Ventures, but Indian country in general? How might that change the way you do business if your access to data were improved?
I think there'd be a lot of success and alignment. And I think so often I've lived and worked in different communities throughout Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Kansas, Indigenous communities. And oftentimes people will get in conflict over what is the right direction. And sometime, and I think if we started like many of the conversations with, let's understand and use research and data to help like determine the problem and to kind of use that intermingled with our lived experiences, we'd probably be in a better state and have less conflict and maybe more alignment. And so often, we all see it all across Indigenous communities where an elected official will come in with an idea and they'll be charging forward on it, and then there will be a change in administration. The next person comes in and maybe decides to go in a different direction. And I think maybe the thing that fixes that is having data and information and sharing it and building that capacity within community. And so then it's less about that person's idea and it's more about this information we're using to inform and make decisions. Really, we're all finding alignment and believing and trusting in it, and it helps kind of bring stability in these big investments and things that are happening in our communities.
Which brings up an interesting point, Dustin, and you talk about sharing data. With who? Because not all tribal communities have great relationships, whether it's with funders, the financial services industry, intergovernmentally, with surrounding jurisdictions. How does who you need to share it with, how do you make those decisions and parse that out for the good of the nation and what you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, I think having a sound kind of idea and governance around the types of information you share, I think is important. Obviously, there's personally identifiable information from tribal census or tribal enrollment files that you wouldn't want to share with parties outside of the tribe. But there's things I think you could share with maybe demographics and things that you could desensitize and aggregate share. And you'd have to determine really who and how you share. And I think there's a whole host of different governance things tribes would need to figure out and understand and use.
I think it's just something around we talk about data sovereignty, but we don't actually talk about data governance. And having those, I think, internal conversations at a tribal level of who, what, where, and when, and how to structure those legally. What's the triage, right? Certainly for financing, they're going to want to know some financial information. What protections can you put in place that allows you to access those sources, but at the same time, it doesn't become then public information, right? Governor, I mean, this is actually, right in your wheelhouse in terms of, you know, you need more information, you're having to protect it, you're having to identify what it is. What else is it that you need as governor of your nation that would help you kind of fill in some of these gaps? And how will you make those decisions, and how will you structure those and communicate those?
Well, we have 4 branches of government. We have legislative, judicial, executive, and tribal council. And we look at all their what they're responsible for, what they need to do. So we look at our situation as the executive branch, and we say, what can we do? What can we share? What information can we give? And then we'll talk to the legislative branch, who has power to make bills and appropriate money, and the tribal council, which kind of would say, we're going to allow you, if it's not already in a policy or it's not already in a law, that we're going to allow you to disseminate or give this type of information out. Now, we don't want to give any critical personal information out. What we try to do is say, we have like 5,000 people under the age of 17. This is our median income. We're not going to say this family has a household income of 200,000 plus or 100,000. So we try to be really resourceful as what branch do we look at that's going to provide this information or give the authority to provide the information. So we have to do some long, hard thinking about what's our laws, what's our policies, what can we give, what can we disseminate, and we go to those proper branches and say, this is a question. We may be applying for a grant, we may be trying to get a loan, or someone might just say, hey, I can help you. Tell me where your most populated areas are that are under the median income, So we do try to look at who has that authority in policy and regulation and by bills or laws that we can get approval, and we don't ever try to use any personal information outside generic context of, this is a number who controls these dollars. These are the number of kids. These are the number of youths. These are the number of elders that we have in these areas. But we try to be generic in those terms. But we try to look at our laws and our policies on what we can and can't disperse.
To the extent that we were just talking about, tribal leadership and kind of active governing, maybe we need to start a step before that. We have a question from one of the participants today saying, how can we just encourage tribal leadership to build tribal capacity around the use of data, the creation of data? Sometimes their eyes kind of glaze over, right? When the whiteboards go up and you're trying to be creative, and how do you get the information out? Pie charts and visuals, right? Because that's more engaging. But at its most basic, it is, we have to want that. We have to understand its usefulness. How do we tell tribal leaders that this is critically important at this point in time in terms of asserting sovereignty? And any of you feel free to answer that one on how you might message this to tribal leaders.
I want to jump
I
in
would
here.
like to say a little.
Go ahead, Governor.
Thank you. You have to engage. We have community meetings. We do take our community people word on what they say. We do look at what they say, and we try to see if it's feasible, if there's a cost benefit there that we can allow certain information out, and we try to be very protective. But I think they just have to engage with their leadership and get a one-on-one or something that will make the leaders feel that what they're asking and what they're trying to do is relevant to the tribes, because sometimes people will say it out in the public, but they never try to engage with the tribal leadership or get that point across. So I think you have to engage with your leadership to tell them the benefit that this data will give the tribes, because we don't know everything. And it's always good when we get a help or there's a solution out there that we may not have thought of. So I think it's critical that they engage with their leadership.
Becky, did you want to add to that?
Well, I would echo everything the governor has said, and then also want to touch on the point that you made earlier, Karen, about the importance for data governance and data sharing, among our own, Native communities, because I think that without any kind of guidelines, it's what ends up contributing to the lack of fair and consistent assessment of risk working out in tribal jurisdictions. And so it's an issue that, the Office of the Comptroller has looked at and continues to, and it contributes directly to the lack of access to capital in our communities because we're not able to, I think, through the data, really point out the picture and also the benefits to working out in Indian countries. So I would just echo what you said earlier, Karen, in terms of the need to really develop some data governance.
I guess I'd add further for that, we see, or we had seen a movement from the federal government through various granting sources, where researchers, whether they come from, university or others that are working in community, have to have affirmative consent of tribes, which is an entry point for tribes to actually say, how are you going to use this information? How is it going to be useful back to us? So this just isn't about informing um, you know, uh, filling in gaps in tribal service delivery. It's also the story about our people and their needs. Very specifically, it could be diabetes management or to economic empowerment, right? And so
And if I could just jump in with a
yeah, please
highlight
do.
example of the boarding school initiative. I don't know if you all have followed the work of Secretary Holland and the department where, we printed out two volumes of the boarding schools impact report. And in the second volume, we quantified the federal investment that contributed to the erasure of our language and cultures through the boarding schools initiative. And that number came to $23.3 billion, right? That gives us an important number that when we speak about, what does fixing this look like, we should start by looking at what went in to cause the problem. And so without having that data and, to paint the full picture, we have collected the individual stories from, boarding school survivals. We've had, those listening sessions, but that number at the end is critical to making sure that we draw the resources that it's going to take to mitigate and to hopefully reverse some of the impact.
Great point. Also to the extent that it's not just within our own communities where the data matters, it's all those external factors, right? Whether you're quantifying disinvestment or, we always talk about healthcare financing and how IHS is so much lower than like incarcerated folks, right? And then they wonder why we have the health outcomes we do, right? So data isn't just our nuclear communities, it's the environment which they're operating in. Dustin, it looks like you have something to add to this.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, how do you encourage use of data among tribal people? Like, I think telling stories from other tribes and bringing in other like success stories about what has worked and how data and information has helped kind of inform maybe investment or brought things to the community. And we have in Mille Lacs, we kind of went through a whole process of understanding what entrepreneurism was in Mille Lacs, and we went through and we grabbed census data and we did qualitative and quantitative information. And because we built out and started that way, we recruited, I think it was like $3 or $4 million for business incubator investments in Mille Lacs. And there was all these cool press releases and things. We got a lot of like people pulling us in to say like, how did that happen? And so I think anyone in Mille Lacs has offered up like, hey, we can come tell the story of like how this works and come to your community, and it will help like the people that maybe are looking to build out maybe certain parts of their work, and we can kind of help tell the story. And I think there's also many other tribes and organizations that are out there that are willing, able, and wanting to be partners to help move Indian country forward. So I think just like tapping all of the expertise across Indian country through forums like this in CICD or like throughout our networks and all the different host of ways we can interact with tribal professionals across the board, I think are really a cool way that I think we can encourage more and more usage of data.
I noticed that higher ed had some fairly good representation today, and one of the things I'm encouraging is, rather than let research or interest drive the research agenda, I actually on my webpage at University of Minnesota request for tribal researchers. Tribes, tell us what you want. I'll try to find you someone to get it. And so start driving that agenda so we're not always mining these other sources, right? Trying to look for what we need, we can ask specifically. Let's do some closing thoughts from each of you about what the future looks like in terms of decision making, what you might be missing, how you expect things to look in the future. And I know, Estacio, you had some thoughts for the future. Would you like to add to that?
I would just add that it's an exciting jumping point, I think, for our communities to be a part of this transition and to see, hopefully, and encourage our tribal communities to participate in this this digital jump and to start thinking about that seventh generation in the year 2583 and what things we might want to leave for them. And hopefully, a recording of this webinar and other data could be included in that so that they understand that we are here today, present day, thinking of them and sending forward our hopes and aspirations for their successful future. So I think data can help us communicate into that future and also help us understand our past. So I'm very excited about that. And I would just end with the very simple quote that I think people need to know their data. No one else does, but tribal leaders need to know their data.
Governor, your closing thoughts?
Yes, I think the tribes are ever changing, and we're seeing that today. But we can't forget where we came from. Although data is going to direct us in the future, we can't forget where we came from, and that's important. And as tribal leaders, we have to keep our customs, our ceremonies, and our ancestral thoughts alive. So, although data can drive us, we also have to remember where we came from and who we are.
Thank you. Dustin, closing thoughts.
Yeah, I think for us in Mille Lacs, I think data for us maybe largely started within like the business enterprise. And so we've talked about like the advent of Indian gaming and really using data to inform kind of business decisions. And I think for us, it moved from their developing competency and talent and understanding around how to leverage that into now more economic development things for us. And how are we using data to inform investment and to recruit investment to our communities? And for us, like the next step that I'm excited in my work on is really using it in terms of like people investment. How are we investing back into all the different people that work for us? And I think looking out into the future beyond specific to our enterprise in Mille Lacs, I am so excited because there's so many different applications of data that can happen outside of like our business ventures within Mille Lacs and tribal communities. And I think like many of the topics and things that non-tribal communities are talking about is like the advent of AI. And how does that come into kind of the greater world? And I think we should be talking about like what is the impact of artificial intelligence and how does it affect like our data sovereignty, and how should we be thinking now about how we're governing kind of these new things that are coming across the world. And I think like all of that is like the world continues to move quicker and quicker. And I think forums like this where we can kind of visit and hear thoughtful people talk about data in Indian country, I think is a really cool step. So I appreciate having the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you. All three of you really highlighted, something really kind of fundamental. I mean, this is really about our relatives, right? It's honoring those ones that came before us. It's telling that contemporary story, but it's being responsible for those that come after us, right? And all kind of couched in who we are as Indigenous peoples and our values, right? Protecting traditional ecological knowledge, protecting our individual citizens, but yet at the same time, having what we need to operate in a really modern world where data does tell a story. But how can we do that respectfully and safely so that other people outside of our communities get it, right? And we're going to do this, I think, in Indian country the way we've done everything for the last however many millennia. We've got to be responsible to those, those folks around us and who we came from. So thank you all so much for sharing your perspectives today. I think that this is sovereignty in action, and preserving the ability of tribal governments to be the voice of their people on where we end up later. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you for all of you online. I think this was a productive discussion. We'll now hand it over to Vanessa Palmer and Casey for closing remarks.
Thank you, Karen, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vanessa Palmer, and I have the privilege of serving as the Data Director at the Center for Indian Country Development, and currently as Acting Research Director. We've heard powerful stories today. And on behalf of CICD, I want to sincerely thank our distinguished speakers for sharing your perspectives and expertise. We come to these conversations from many different roles, and I know that each of us will take away different insights. One of the themes that stood out to me today, which holds direct relevance to our work at CICD, is the importance of data relationships and partnerships in Indian country. We heard from Dr. Carroll about how building from principles of Indigenous data sovereignty is helping to repair government-to-government relationships with Indigenous communities in the driver's seat with their data. One of Dr. Carroll's observations that stuck with me is that the Indigenous data sovereignty movement is not a competitive space, that everyone is needed at the table. And the movement has raised vital awareness of the inherent rights, strengths, and knowledge that Indigenous communities, defined inclusively, have in caring for their information. We also heard stories that brought home both the responsibilities of working with tribal data and the benefits that Native communities report experiencing as they find harmony between data protection and data use. Crystal Cornelius of OESTA shared the example of developing a comprehensive database system built for Native CDFIs, working through not just data protection issues, but also how to gather the metrics that are culturally important. In our tribal census panel, we heard examples of how tribes are developing procedures and communications plans to conduct tribal censuses that would be successful in their settings, and then working with that information to update programs and services to reflect changing demographics. Our panel on policy relevant research brought home that centering Indigenous data sovereignty is a broad responsibility shared by all who do research in and with Indian country. Our panelists' stories of how they're conducting research in ways that are grounded in reciprocity and are boots on the ground in Native communities offered hopeful examples of how research can and should be done. As Casey mentioned at the start of the day, this is CICD's 4th annual Data Summit. And when I think about the conversations at each of them, I'm inspired by the ongoing expansion of data work in and by Indian country, and by the diversity in what data in action looks like. It's an economic analysis that illuminates the accessibility of financial services. It's a tribal team social media campaign celebrating the progress of a tribal census. It's a tribally owned business's triple bottom line, cultivating a thriving enterprise as well as a thriving community. It's historic data partnerships, like that of Osage Nation with the US Census. When I came into this role, CICD and others were shining a light on economic data gaps, and that was an important place to start. But today we're hearing concrete examples from across Indian country as communities are finding innovative ways to gather and work with data on their own terms. Hearing our panelists share their hopes and vision for how data will influence their work in the future and for the future of Indigenous data sovereignty, I can't wait to see how these conversations will continue to evolve. Looking ahead, 2025 marks an important milestone for the Center for Indian Country Development, our 10th year. We're excited to kick off a year of both reflections on the growing data momentum over the past decade, as well as conversations to shape the work of the future, culminating in an event that we hope will be our most impactful yet. Thank you again to all of our speakers and guests for all that you shared, and thank you to everyone who joined us today for engaging in these important conversations. Our work as a research and policy center is grounded in data, but it's human relationships and dialogue that give it its heart. We're grateful for the privilege of working with you on these important issues, and we look forward to our ongoing work together in our 10th anniversary year and for many more to come. I'll turn it back to Casey now to close our time together today.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Vanessa. One of our goals for this year's summit was just to create the space to showcase not only the growing and evolving understanding and utility of exercising tribal data sovereignty, but by featuring tangible examples of how tribes and researchers and institutions are really innovating around data collection, data analysis, and amplifying the new learning that will really help guide the data ecosystem in the years to come. And I too would like to thank each and every speaker for sharing your insights, owning your stories, and encouraging us to, keep the pedal to the metal. And I want to thank all the attendees that engaged in the dialogue and posed some really important questions in the Q&A. I think we had just about 40 questions that were posed and answered throughout the course of the day. As Vanessa reminded us, next year is our 10th anniversary. We're really looking forward to lifting up the stories and the innovations from the previous 10 years and exploring together as a collective where we will be and where we can be as tribal economies in the next 10 years and beyond. So I would encourage you all to follow the Center for Indian Country Development on LinkedIn and on Facebook, and to learn more about our 10th anniversary events that we have planned. And then we really encourage you to sign up on our website at minneapolisfed.org/Indian Country to receive frequent updates on new CSCD research, data tools, and our events. With that, I just want to thank you all for sharing your time and look forward to engaging with you in the coming months, in the coming years. Lamam Specia.